liquor. And if that shit don't come easy, nigga, I'll tell you what this time. Even when I'm on shit, I run the time. Nothing comes easy, nigga, when I'm on the line.
Elsewhere across the
motherfucking city that I run the time.
In Greensboro, he was clear with a temperature of 40. He was clear with a temperature of 30.
Keep your little sense, nigga.
He was clear with a temperature of 34.
Even when I'm on team, my nigga,
with a temperature of
I run
34.
the time. Nothing gonna change, nigga, when I'm on the line.
Wilson Airport, he was clear
Till I can
with a
rap in this
temperature of 30.
motherfucking city that I run the
Wilmington,
time.
he was clear with a temperature of 37.
I run this list that track and field. Race starts, but you're not the only one. Black is still power couple stand on top of the hill and track and chill like Happy Meals. Who the best there? Chocolate blood like we don't text there. In the cut, niggas go what? It's like a check there. Niggas said boy gon' die, but couldn't get near it. Silent sick, got no sound, like a drip hearing. I simple try, I'm a killer. If I drop the you'll see the scream like killer. We was in the East Detention Project Bounce, that's at the count. When I used to tell myself in
listen to their own arguments, and that had changed views more than just having made the choice or stating the position.
In other words, if you come up with a detailed rationale for why you believe something, you're likely to remember that, convince yourself of your rightness, and restate that view in future. Politicians who are used to being asked the same question time after time will know what their position is on it.
They should.
I believe that marriage is the union between.
Night is at 5:19 p.m. Sunrise tomorrow is at 7:26 a.m. At the Rocky Mount Wilson Airport, this morning's low was 29 degrees. No precipitation has been reported as of 10 a.m. The current time is 11:26 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
So,
the air quality forecast for Sunday.
with the ounce, from the friend that never been announced back in 04 when Galloway around the house.
Hey.
it's 3.
Welcome to Mi'kmaq Matters.
I didn't count very well, did
I'm raw, vicious, hitting you's not an issue. If the battle's full effect, then the status members will get you. I'm back in action, slapping these raps who wanna act. As a matter of fact, it's slashing for slacking up on the set. Send them sentimental words like I'm a sensible cat. Sing a song and slice a bonus, it's a piece of my set. Set the traps cause I'm a savage, you the salmon I catch. 100 dead MCs in the thread of my net. The smell of death in my direction is starting to affect them. The fact of the matter is I'm a master, it's automatic. The idiomatic addict is at it cause I just had it with those who say the damage. I don't condone the domes, who don't control and manage the flows to cause a panic. So step back, give your head a shake and don't come back. I snap heads back till they crook up from right hooks, and right hooks are demons. Oh, I need you to leave shook. Ever see a person scalped in the daylight? Imagine how we act in the middle of the night. A bunch of savages running through your city like a pack of rabid dogs. I'ma unleash the pities, pissing on your property, marking our territory. After it gets dark is when it starts to get gory. Murdering MCs, drinks on the beat, cause getting murdered on a microphone is worse to me. Spitting a high caliber, written above average. My lyrics are like algebra, getting that mathematics. Putting the clip in the automatic pistol whip, I'm strong static. I ain't never taking a break at all, cause I ain't asthmatic. Always rolling up a pile of grass. You can ask Patrick, hope you got a doobie with some hash in your past. Take a couple of dabs and I'm passionate, smashing it. Best ass up tap since the last visit.
Check this recital, yes, I'm vital, never idle. We don't acquiesce to carry stress or harbor rivalry. Been grinding full strength, so we let it hear a burn to be my destiny. Conspires and continues to inspire me. My eyes and my mind remain open. It's like a black hole to the soul, and no, I'm not joking. It's real. I maintain and incorporate how I feel, where I'm from, why I'm ill. Castle Mountain, Castle Hill, in that whole area. If worse to kill a man, my verbals all will bury ya. It's getting scarier. I mean, it's scarier. It was on the barrier. Build it up, 47 feet up in the area. Cause I'm coming through, and my teeth damage ya. Real game, about to fuck you up with spoken word. It's dum-dums taking over in the common world. But here y'all gonna rise up and be the conquerors.
306 in the 604 fall. Had to hit the YBR for that sushi raw. Ooh, let me tell them just who we are. Nowadays we got made to be movie stars. Doobie lit, bumping funk doobie is the heaty treat. Spilling on my coochie fit, true MC. I don't care how cool you is. If you grip that mic, you better do that shit. Got the licks like damn, who that kid? That's when
Check out Language Cafe, where we take you through the ins and outs of the English.
Restrictions on contacts between the United States and Taiwan are to be lifted. Just days before Joe Biden's administration takes office, the State Department said the old restrictions had been imposed decades ago to appease Communist China. Taiwan's Foreign Minister Joseph Wu praised Mr. Pompeo for the move. The outgoing Vice President Mike Pence will attend the inauguration of Joe Biden as U.S. President on January the 20th. Confirmation that Mr. Pence will witness the event came a day.
They ship them arms all the time.
This has been a China Plus production. Thanks for listening. If you like the show, be sure to subscribe to the podcast for free. If you have any comments about the episodes, just send us an email, podcast@cri.com.cn. podcast@cri.com.cn. We're also on Facebook and Twitter at China Plus News. China Plus. The world is changing fast, but you can learn about it at a slower pace. Tune in to Special English to learn English and learn about the world. You're listening to Special English. Prince Harry and Meghan Markle have signed a deal with Spotify to produce podcasts that tell uplifting and entertaining stories. The audio streaming service made the announcement recently.
Right from your breakfast table.
Since ceasing royal duties and moving to California in 2020, the couple have launched various creative ventures and begun legal actions against British tabloids over privacy violations.
Good luck with that.
They signed a deal with streaming giant Netflix in September to produce impactful films and series, while Markle, a former television actress, narrated a wildlife documentary on Disney+. Shares in Spotify, which has 144 million subscribers, jumped 2% on the day after the news broke. The company has previously signed celebrity podcasters, including Barack and Michelle Obama, and Kim Kardashian West. The company said Harry and Meghan will release a holiday special featuring stories of hope and compassion from inspirational guests. Their first complete series will be available in 2021. The Duchess wrote a first-person opinion piece in the New York Times in November about miscarrying her second pregnancy. The couple will host and produce podcasts through Archwell Audio, their recently created company. This is Special English.
That's the one that'll join gangs if you watch. He'll join a fucking gang. He's in California.
Twitter said it would not automatically transfer the millions of followers of official accounts of US President Donald Trump's administration to the incoming Joe Biden administration.
Did they do it for...
But instead give users the option to continue or not. The move, different from the transition in 2016, affects followers of government-led accounts, such as @White and @POTUS, which will be transferred to Biden when he takes over the presidency in January.
They want. It doesn't mean anything official.
Rob Flaherty, the digital director for President-elect Biden's presidential campaign, confirmed the news, saying that Twitter told the Biden team it will be wiping followers from the official POTUS and White House Twitter accounts before transferring them to the Biden administration.
The White House, you shouldn't.
According to Twitter's statement, The change won't affect the personal account at Real Donald Trump, which is frequently used by President Donald Trump and has some 88 million followers. As a Twitter statement said, the official government accounts will not automatically retain their existing followers. Instead, Twitter will notify followers of these accounts to provide context that the content will be archived and allow them the choice to follow the Biden administration's new accounts. For example, people who follow at White House will be notified that the account has been archived as at White House 45 and given the option to follow the new at White House account. Twitter has been working on the transition for the platform widely used by Trump since the election results were finalized, and has indicated that as a private citizen, Trump may not have as much leeway in stretching the rules for newsworthy comments. While not as widely followed as Trump's personal account, at POTUS has some 33 million followers, and at White House has 26 million. The transfer will affect other institutional accounts, such as at VP, at FLOTUS, at PressSec, at Cabinet, and at La Casa Blanca, according to Twitter. You're listening to Special English.
That's somewhere else entirely. You're confusing the issue.
Chinese web series The Bad Kids has been listed among 15 best international series by US-based entertainment magazine Variety, which spoke highly of its storytelling, cinematography, performances, and dark soundtrack. Adapted from the novel of the same name by Chinese suspense writer Zhi Jin Chen, the 12-episode drama centers around the aftermath that arises after 3 youngsters accidentally film a murder in a small town. Since its debut in June on online video platform iQIYI, under its missed theatre label, the drama has been rated 8.9 out of 10 by more than 835,000 people on film and TV review website Douban. The drama series was so popular that some lines even became new internet memes. For example, "Shall we go hiking?" and "Shall I have a second chance?" have the euphemism for doing harm to the person being talked to, because the leading character, played by Chin Hao, said the words before pushing his wife's mother and father down the mountain in the drama. The production has been distributed to several overseas countries and regions so far, including Japan, South Korea, Australia, Singapore, Malaysia, and Vietnam. The COVID-19 global health crisis served as a catalyst for a global content boom that was already well underway. That's according to Variety. Many of the listed dramas have refreshed the ratings records of major platforms this year and caught much attention from the international market. This is Special English. China's health authorities warned in a report that more than 50% of Chinese adults are troubled by overweight or obesity. The report was based on the results of a nationwide survey on the nutrition and chronic disease status of Chinese nationals between 2015 and 2019. The overweight and obesity rate among children aged 6 to 17 is 19%, while that among children aged under 6
every gang of about 5 kids is a fat one.
The prevalence rate of overweight and obesity is rising quite quickly and affecting all age groups. As Zhao Wenhua, chief nutritionist with the Chinese Center for Disease Control and Prevention, said, Zhao attributed the high prevalence of these health issues to an unbalanced diet, especially the excessive consumption of food high in fat and sugar, and the lack of physical activities due to unrestrained use of electronic products. The expert urged efforts to optimize the supply of healthy food and promote a healthy diet, while increasing the construction of public spaces for physical exercise.
You just put sales tax on
Zhao also stressed the importance of creating public awareness on weight management, as well as the prevention of weight-related health problems among kids and adolescents.
What do you care for?
The 5-year survey was organized by the National Health Commission and carried out by the China CDC, the National Cancer Center, and the National Center for Cardiovascular Diseases, covering nearly 600 million people. You're listening to Special English.
You studied 600 million people.
The last stretch of the Beijing-Xiong'an intercity railway opened on December the 27th, marking the full-line operation of the intercity railway, a key project for the coordinated development of the Beijing-Tianjin-Hebei region. Xiong'an is planned to serve as a catalyst for the development of Beijing-Tianjin-Hebei region, as well as ease the capital's burden by housing institutions and companies. The newly opened section from the Daxing Airport to Xiong'an, a stretch of 59 kilometers, has 4 stops and will cut the journey time between the 2 points to 90 minutes. Along the line, there are 4 major railway stations. One was opened a year ago, Beijing Daxing International Airport, one of the largest in the world. The other 3 new stations are Gu'an East, Bazhou North, and Xiong'an. The complete line is 91 kilometers long and will take passengers from Beijing West Railway Station to Xiong'an Railway Station in about 50 minutes. Up to 17 pairs of high-speed trains will be running through the whole line on a daily basis, carrying more than 600 passengers in a single trip. Trains on the railway line will run at a maximum speed of 300 kilometers per hour during its early phase. Its designed maximum speed reaches 350 kilometers per hour. The railway section from Beijing West Railway Station to the Daxing Airport was put into use in September 2019. The station is designed with environmentally friendly technology to absorb natural light and save energy. The stations are also equipped with intelligent facilities. The newly built station will be especially useful for people who work in China's new economic area. The intercity railway is the first major transport facility connecting the Xiong'an new area. This is Special English. China plans to launch the core module of its manned space station, known as Tianhe-1, in the spring of 2021. The core module will be sent by a Long March 5B Y2 rocket from the Wenchang spacecraft launch site in Hainan province. Zhou Jianping, chief designer of China's manned space program, made the announcement at a handover ceremony for the return capsule of the Shenzhou 10 manned spacecraft in Shaoshan, central China's Hunan province. Zhou said that subsequent space missions include the launches of Tianzhou 2 cargo craft and Shenzhou 12 manned craft after the core module is sent into orbit. Tests on the core module have been completed and astronaut training is underway. The astronauts will carry out a number of extravehicular activities. China is scheduled to complete the construction of the space station around 2022. The construction project will be implemented in 2 phases. 6 flight missions, including the launch of the core module, have been scheduled in the phase of key technology validation. You're listening to Special A Chinese research team has discovered 591 high-velocity stars based on data from the Large Sky Area Multi-Object Fiber Spectroscopic Telescope and the European Space Agency's Gaia satellite. High-velocity stars are stars that move unusually quickly relative to other stars and may at some point leave their galaxy. Of the newly discovered stars, 43 may escape the gravitational constraints of the Milky Way galaxy in future and fly into intergalactic space. A total of over 550 high-velocity stars have been found since the first one was discovered in 2005. The new discovery has doubled the total number known. That's according to Li Yinbi with the National Astronomical Observatories of the Chinese Academy of Science, or NAOC. Lu Yo-jun, a researcher at the NAOC, said that high-velocity stars can provide deep insights into a wide range of topics within galactic science, from the central supermassive black hole to the distant galactic halo. The researchers analyzed the chemical and kinematic properties of the 591 high-speed stars and found that they are inner halo stars. Zhao Gang, also a researcher at the NAOC, said that their low metallicites indicate that the bulk of the stellar halo formed as a consequence of the accretion and tidal disruption of dwarf galaxies. The discovery was recently published in the Astrophysical Journal supplement series. This is Special English.
Are you one of the many looking to improve your English language skills by watching films or TV shows that feel it's too fast or get lost in the words? We'll slow things down with Special English, where you can polish your reading, listening, and pronunciation at your own pace. Get caught up with current news and international affairs while getting your daily English lessons with us. Find us on chinaplus.cri.cn, Apple Podcast, or Himalaya by searching for Special English.
You're listening to Special English. After 10 months off the ice, Japanese skating champion Yuzuru Hanyu made a commanding return to the ice on December the 25th.
Coins, then they say that's fine, you know, money's better than nothing. And that's exactly the self-interested reasoning that the standard economic model that does not take into account fairness motives would apply here.
They're the exceptions. Elsewhere, the idea that humans are entirely self-interested individuals is contradicted in numerous ways.
Excuse me, is the tip included in the bill?
For example, at the end of a restaurant meal, most of us tip, though we're not obliged to do so. Many of us also contribute to charities. That's hardly self-interested behavior. But Ernst Fair says the most important lessons for our attitudes to fairness are for organizations.
Within organizations, people engage in a lot of comparisons. They compare their efforts with each other, they compare their wages with each other, and fairness concerns loom large in companies.
Perfect observation of completely the wrong phenomena.
Too risky during the pandemic. When he finished his program, Hanyu broke into a smile and stayed on his knees on the center ice, soaking in the moment both he and his fans have been waiting for a while. 17-year-old Yuma Kageyama, who won the NHK Trophy last month in his senior Grand Prix debut, made a strong performance to score a 98.60. Pyeongchang Olympic silver medalist Shoma Uno, who fell on a quadruple toe loop attempt, is in third with a score of 94.22.
Triples.
You're listening to Special English. Roger Federer and Serena Williams were among the entries for the coronavirus-disrupted Australian Open, with tournament director Craig Tiley vowing a happy slam after months of painstaking planning. All the world's top players have signed on, led by world number ones Novak Djokovic and Ashley Barty. There was a question mark over Swiss great Federer, who warned in December that he was in a race against time to be fit after 2 rounds of knee surgery. But he has begun training in Dubai and was among those who entered to play at Melbourne Park as he targets a 7th title. US superstar Serena Williams is also committed as she once again attempts to pull level with Margaret Court as a 24-time Grand Slam champion. Her last triumph at the majors came in Australia in 2017 when she was pregnant. The opening Grand Slam of the year, which will be played in front of at least 50% of normal crowds, has been pushed back 3 weeks until February the 8th. All players must undergo a mandatory 14-day quarantine on arrival, during which they will constantly be tested for COVID-19, but allowed to train for 5 hours a day in a biosecure bubble. The men's and women's qualifiers will be held in Doha and Dubai, respectively, from January the 10th to 13th, with players arriving in Melbourne from January the 15th.
If your bubble gets sick, you keep leaving the bubble.
The slimmed-down 12-team ATP Cup, the relocated Adelaide International, and an ATP 250 tournament will all be played in Melbourne once players are out of isolation. 2 WTA 500 tournaments are also planned to be held concurrently at Melbourne Park on January the 31st to February the 7th.
You're familiar with English news presenting in this mode. The state broadcaster reported numerous property development companies now try to understand English news presenting in another mode.
Tons of illegal animal products have been seized and over 400 suspects arrested.
The pace might be a little bit slower, but it's still the same news you want to know. Tune in to Special English, a program specially tailored for you.
That is the end of this edition of Special English. To recap, I'm going to read one of the news items again at normal speed. Please listen carefully.
This is the one I hate, right?
Prince Harry and Meghan Markle have signed a deal with Spotify to produce podcasts.
Grandmother is what a normal salad is.
My wife puts pineapple in salad. I think we can all agree that's just not normal. So what did Joshua Knobe find? Do people use the concept in the statistical or the value way?
What we find in all of these cases is there's some kind of mixture of the two.
You put lettuce in fruit salad.
Suppose you ask one group of people,
and tomatoes are a fruit,
what is the statistically average amount of TV to watch in a day? Participants in that group just tend to get really high numbers. They say a very large number of hours is the statistically average amount of TV to watch in a day. And then if you ask another group of people, what's the prescriptively ideal, the absolutely best amount of TV to watch in a day? Participants in that group tend to give really low numbers.
Then Knobe and his fellow researchers asked a third group of subjects what was the normal amount of TV to watch.
What people think is the normal amount of TV to watch in a day isn't what they think is the average. It's something between the average and the ideal.
There's much we don't know about the normal. For example, how attitudes to the normal evolve. An intriguing example in the Western world concerns same-sex marriage.
If you look at, for example, what's been happening.
Just gotta say, the survey's asking the wrong fucking questions.
En cartelen.
Save us, Johnny Dollar.
Skills by watching films or TV shows that feel it's too fast or get lost in the words.
That's why we only listen
Slow
to the
things
old
down
shit.
with special English, where you can polish your reading, listening, and pronunciation at your own pace. Get caught up with current news and international affairs while getting your daily English lesson with us. Find us on chinaplus.cri.cn, Apple Podcast, or Himalaya by searching for Special English.
You're familiar with English news presenting in this mode. State broadcaster reported numerous property development companies now try to understand English news presenting in another mode.
Tons of illegal animal products have been seized and over 400 suspects arrested.
The pace might be a little bit slower, but it's still the same news you want to know. Tune in to Special English, a program specially tailored for you. The world is changing fast, but you can learn about it at a slower pace. From politics, economy, and finance, to technology, sports, and entertainment. The presentation might be slower, but you can always keep up with the changing world. Join us every day for Special English.
You don't run that every day.
我要学汉语 I want to learn Chinese.
其实并不难 It can be fun.
欢乐汉语 Chinese Studio.
It's 1 in the afternoon in China.
Yeah, Jim, this week on Chinese Studio, we learned what to say when we order food, drinks, call the waiter or waitress over, and pay for the bill.
Yes. Now let's check our sentences in the week.
Sentences in the week. 我要一瓶啤酒 I want to have a bottle of beer. 服务员 waiter or waitress. 我要几张餐巾纸 I'd like some napkins. 服务员买单 Excuse me, can I get the bill? 多少钱 How much is it? 开张发票 Can I get a receipt? All in today's sentences in the week.
How do I ask for a bottle of beer?
You can say 我要一瓶啤酒
我要一瓶啤酒
我 means I. 要 means want. The fourth tone.
我要
一 means one. 瓶 the second tone means bottle.
一瓶 one bottle.
啤酒 beer.
啤酒
我要一瓶啤酒 I'd like to have a bottle of beer.
我要一瓶啤酒
我要一杯茶 I want to have a cup of tea.
Cup in Chinese is 杯, right?
Yes. 杯, the first tone.
杯
And 茶 is tea, the second tone.
茶
我要一杯茶
我要一杯茶 I want to have a cup of tea.
先生，您喝点什么？
我要一瓶啤酒。
您喝点什么？
我要一杯茶。
您呢？
我要一杯可乐。
咖啡需要吗？
不要了，谢谢。
I don't want tea, I
So yeah,
want
Jeff,
coffee.
waiter or waitress in Chinese is 服务员, right?
Yes. Now there they are, and you can ask for some napkins. Napkin is 餐巾纸.
Why would you use napkins? It's so wasteful. You buy those in Canada.
餐巾
纸 the third tone means paper.
纸
餐巾纸 napkin.
餐巾纸
我要几张餐巾纸 I like some napkins.
我要几张餐巾纸
服务员，
先生，您好。
我要几张餐巾纸。
好的，您稍等。
服务员， 加一个糖醋排骨，加一瓶啤酒。
好的。
Okay, Gadget. Now, after eating all this food, I'm stuffed. So how do I ask for the bill?
You can say 服务员买单。
服务员买单。
服务员 waiter will wait.
Stay informed, stay safe, and stay tuned to Chin Radio AM 1540.
Now, as gunshots echo across the wind-swept, snow-covered reaches of the wild Northwest, Quaker Puff Wheat and Quaker Puff Rice, the breakfast cereal shot from guns, present the challenge of the Yukon. It's Yukon King, swiftest and strongest lead dog of the Northwest, blazing the trail for Sergeant Preston of the Northwest Mounted Police in his relentless pursuit of lawbreakers. On King! On, you husky! Gold discovered in the Yukon. A stampede to the Klondike in the wild race for riches. Back to the days of the gold rush. With Quaker Puff Wheat and Quaker Puff Rice, bringing you the adventures of Sergeant Preston and his wonder dog, Yukon King, as they meet the challenge of the Yukon. Wow, there goes another mighty tree for those rugged lumberjacks to haul down Sergeant Preston's Yukon Trail. Just think if you were a lumberjack, what stamina it would take. What a good, nourishing breakfast you'd eat.
Before all the lumberjacks.
Start now to build up your stamina. At breakfast, always eat a heaping bowl full of Quaker puffed wheat or Quaker puffed rice with milk or cream and your favorite fruit. Remember, wheat or rice shot from guns gives you added food values of restored natural grain amounts of vitamin B1, niacin, and iron. And delicious taste them. You just can't beat Quaker puffed rice and Quaker puffed wheat.
You're admitting to something that you can't quite figure it out because you're so old.
Happy Jordan was a reckless, happy-go-lucky young cowpuncher who had caught the gold rush fever and gone north to the Yukon Territory during the stampede of '98.
Explain what that is to
He had staked out a claim on one of the creeks near Dawson, but the claim proved worthless, and Happy soon found himself on the brink of starvation. As a result, he had thrown in his luck with a trio of outlaws headed by a man named Bull Antrim. Well, one night, the gang returned to its hideout after robbing a trading company office in Dawson City. It was the first job.
Wow, creative style, huh? First job, something.
Yeah, sure thing, Bull.
First job, just happy goes on, something like that.
Now let's get off our parkers and count up the swag, eh? Hey, Jordan, what blazes you got there?
Puppy? What does it look like?
Hey, puppy.
Sure, I brought him all the way back from town in the pocket of my pocket. Isn't he a beaut? Just look at his fur. It's all silver except for black ears and black legs.
Never mind that. Where'd you get him?
Oh, he's wandering around the street outside the trading company office. The poor little critter, I reckon he was lost. How about it, Poochie? Are you hungry? Well, don't you worry. I'll get you some caribou meat right away.
Doggone it, Happy, you sure are a cod. You've gone on a hold-up and come back with a puppy.
Yes, me, local. The next morning, Bull exploded with rage when he discovered that the pup had gotten hold of his parka and chewed it up during the night.
Why, you blasted little mutt?
What's the matter, Bull?
Take a look at this parka.
Oh, Smoke, he really chewed it up.
Hey, Thunder, I'll teach him a lesson he won't forget.
Hey, what are you doing with that pup?
I'm going to beat some sense into his head. That's what I'm going to do. When I'm through, I'm going to put him out of here.
Put him down, Bill.
Put him down, nothing. Look at the way he ripped my parka.
I'll see that your parka gets mended. And I'll punish him so it won't happen again.
Don't worry. I'll save you that trouble right now.
I said put him down.
So you're going to tell me what to do?
You heard me.
Jordan, you're mighty fast on the draw. But it so happens you're not packing a 6-gun right now. In case you've forgotten, your holster's hanging over there on the wall.
I don't need a 6-gun to handle you, Bill.
Hey, Sonny, we'll see about that right now.
Hey, now, wait a minute, you two. Simmer down a bit.
Yeah, for Pete's sake, there's no call to get so lathered up about a measly little pup.
It's about time this Jasper learned who's running this guy.
I'm not arguing about that. I just don't intend to stand by and see you maul this pup.
Well, you saw what he did to Bull's Park.
That's right. You had no business bringing him here in the first place. If you want to stay on in the gang, you'll have to get rid of him. That's fair enough, ain't it, Bull?
And suppose I don't want to get rid of him. Then you can clear out right now.
All right. Then hand over my share of last night's steak.
I'm sorry, Jordan, but a quitter's got no share coming to him.
Boy, you heard what he said, Happy. Now take your choice. Either get rid of the pup or clear out.
He's going to take it for himself for his park.
Now, which will it be? Well, gents, I reckon that don't leave me much choice at all. I'll get rid of the pup.
Later that morning, Happy set out for Dawson to have Bull's Parker repaired. He took the puppy with him on his sled. When he arrived in town, he halted his team before a small laundry shop, which bore a sign saying expert mending and repairing.
Oh, there you have it.
He wore that Parker on the robbery.
He was playing in front of the shop, caught sight of the puppy, and exclaimed in admiration.
Golly, what a beautiful pup.
You like him, Sonny?
I'll say I do.
All right, he's yours.
You mean I can have him?
Sure. I was hoping to find a good home for him, and you look like just the kind of master he ought to have.
Oh, golly, thanks. Wait till I take him inside and show Sis.
Does your sister work here?
She owns the shop. Do you have some clothes you want laundered?
No, but I have a Parker that needs mending.
She's good at mending. Come on, I'll ask her to do it free.
Oh, thanks, Sonny, but you don't need to do that.
Hey, Sis. Phil, what's the matter? Look at the puppy I've got. Oh, he's beautiful. But where did you get him? This man gave him to me. Oh, that was awfully nice of you.
Shucks, that's all right, Miss...
Stanford, Norma Stanford.
I sure am pleased to meet you. My name's Jordan, Happy Jordan.
This is my brother, Phil.
Howdy, Phil.
Pleased to meet you. He has a Parker that needs mending, Sis. I said I'd ask you to do it free. Will you, please?
Oh, no, that's not necessary.
Of course I'll do it free. Why, it's the least I can do after you gave Phil such a nice puppy. How soon would you like to call for it?
Well, the sooner the better. In fact, if you feel like doing it right now, well, I sure wouldn't mind waiting around.
All right, you just sit down and I'll attend to it right away.
Happy returned to the shop the next day and also the day after.
Goodness, you certainly need a lot of mending done.
Well, you see, I'm awful hard on my clothes.
You must be. Now, what is it this time?
Well, here's a shirt that needs some buttons sewn on. And here's a pair of wool mittens that are sort of out at the fingers.
Well, I won't be able to do these mittens right away.
Oh, that's okay.
I don't have the right shade of yarn.
Well, I'll be glad to call back for them tomorrow.
All right, Mr. Jordan.
Look, how about forgetting that Mr. stuff and calling me Happy?
All right, then. Happy.
Thanks. There's something else I'd like to ask you, too.
Go ahead.
Do you suppose you'd still be willing to keep up our acquaintance if it turned out I was in trouble with the law?
In trouble with the law? What do you mean?
First answer my question.
Well, I might.
I reckon that's all the answer I can expect till you hear what I have to say.
Please, tell me what you mean.
All right. It's a long story, but here goes. When I first came up to the Yukon Territory, I staked out a claim.
Phil Stanford had taken his puppy out for a stroll that afternoon. As he paraded proudly along the street, he encountered Sergeant Preston of the Northwest Mounted Police and his great dog, King.
Hi, Sergeant Preston. Hi, kid.
Oh, hello, Phil. Have a new pup, I see.
Yes, sir. Isn't he swell? Come on, Butch. I'm going to lift you up so the sergeant can have a look at you. See how beautifully he's marked? All silver except for black ears and black legs.
I agree, Phil. He's a beautiful pup. I was admiring him the other day over at the Trading Company Kennels.
The Trading Company Kennels?
Why, yes. Mr. Culver was showing him to me. Isn't that where you got him?
No, sir. A customer at the store gave him to me. He said he was trying to find a home for him. He thought I'd make a good master.
Well, I could be wrong, but his marking's rather unusual. It's hard to believe there are two pups in Dawson marked like that.
Maybe the man who gave him to me bought him from Mr. Culver.
It's possible, Phil, but somehow I doubt it. Mr. Culver prized this pup very highly. In fact, he told me he wouldn't take less than $500 for him if he sold him at all. If the man did buy him, son, it hardly seems likely he'd turn around and give him away.
Golly, You don't suppose he stole them from Mr. Culver, do you?
Well, to tell you the truth, I don't know what to think. Just to be on the safe side, would you mind walking over to the trading company with me and checking with Mr. Culver?
All right, Sergeant Preston, but golly, I sure hope Mr. Culver won't take Butch away from me.
Henry Culver, the owner of the Culver Trading Company, kept a large kennel of huskies, which were used to haul supplies and furs to and from the company's trading posts. He identified Butch immediately.
Why, sure, this is my pup, Sergeant. I'd know him anywhere. By George, I'm certainly grateful to you for finding him.
When did you lose him, Henry?
I discovered he was gone this morning after the robbery. Oh. I figured he probably escaped from the run sometime during the excitement.
Then I suppose I shan't be able to keep Butch.
And what I'd like to know is just who is this man who gave you the pup and how he got hold of him.
His name is Happy Jordan.
Happy?
That name means something to him?
By thunder, it certainly does. One of the 4 men who held up the office was called Happy. I remember hearing one of the other crooks call him by that name.
What did he look like?
Well, they were all wearing masks, so I can't tell you much about him, except that he was tall and he seemed youngish.
What about Happy Jordan, Phil? What's he like?
Oh, he's tall and light-haired, and I don't think he's much older than my sister.
Have you any idea what he does for a living or where he lives?
No, sir, but he talked to my sister quite a bit. Maybe she could tell you something.
Oh, that's a good suggestion. I'll go over and talk to her right now, Henry, and let you know later if I get any leads. We'll continue our adventure in just a moment.
It's about 4 inches from the behind the milk crate. Look towards me, because
I wonder what would happen if I went into a Yukon Trail eating place some morning, said to the fellow at the counter, let me have a bowl of Quaker puffed wheat, please.
Man the guns, explode a bowl.
Did I hear you say?
What are you fretting about, mister? Didn't you want that there breakfast cereal shot from guns?
Well, I sure did.
Well, that's what you're getting.
Well, thank you. I was just a little surprised you folks up here in the Yukon knew that Quaker puffed wheat or Quaker puffed rice is the breakfast cereal shot from guns.
Sure. Everybody knows about them premium flavor-rich grains of Quaker puffed wheat and rice being exploded up to 8 times normal size.
Right. That makes them bigger and better tasting. With bang-up nut-like flavor, too.
Yes, that's why they're so popular with folks around here.
Why, you can't beat them. Every time you pour out a heaping bowl full, put on some milk or cream, and top it with fruit, you've got a super delicious treat.
You're right there.
And did you ever hear how nourishing they are?
No, I reckon ain't.
Well, Quaker puffed rice and Quaker puffed wheat furnish extra food values of restored natural grain amounts of vitamin B1, niacin, and iron.
Right, good thing for folks to know.
You bet your life. You get this swell nourishment in the delicious, flavorful, tenderly crisp cereal that just melts in your mouth. The one and only Quaker puffed wheat and Quaker puffed rice. The breakfast cereals shot from guns. Now to continue. After talking to Henry Culver, the owner of the trading company which had been robbed, Sergeant Preston and little Phil Stanford went to the shop run by Phil's sister, Norma. The sergeant hoped to find out from Norma something more about the man called Happy Jordan.
Sergeant Preston and Kitty.
Hello, Norma.
Hi, sis. But, Phil, where's your new puppy? He isn't mine anymore. What do you mean? He belongs to Mr. Culver, the man who owns the trading company. But Happy Jordan gave him to you.
Did Jordan tell you where or how he got the pup?
Well, no, he didn't. Why?
The pup disappeared from the trading company kennels. Found to be missing the morning after the company was robbed.
You're going to fall in the garbage.
Are you suggesting that Happy Jordan stole the puppy?
He may have stolen a lot more than that.
What do you mean by that?
It happens that one of the masked men who held up the trading company was called Happy.
Good heavens.
As a matter of fact, I was hoping you might be able to give me some information about Jordan.
Well, why should I be able to give you any information about him?
Phil says he talked to you a good deal when he was here at the shop.
Well, it's true. He chatted with me.
Did he say anything at all that might offer a clue to his background or his whereabouts?
Well, not that I can think of.
Oh, wow.
Wait a minute. Why'd he come here to your shop?
He brought some clothes to be mended.
Did you mend them while he waited?
Well, yes. Well, that is all but a pair of mittens.
Mittens here now?
That's right.
May I see them, please?
Yes. Yes, of course. Here they are.
Thanks.
What are you going to do with him?
See if King can get Jordan's scent from him. Here, boy, sniff these. Fine, King.
Well, they come in his mittens because he
How well, that's all I got to
there
say.
when he was.
Good boy, King.
Will King be able to train him just from the scent on those mittens?
Yes, I think so. Once he has the scent, he seldom loses it. All right, King, let's go, boy. Many thanks for your help.
Wait a minute, Sergeant.
What's the matter?
I do know something about Happy Jordan.
Oh?
In fact, I know all about him. He told me the whole story.
I thought you were holding something back, Norma.
I didn't want to lie to you, but I couldn't betray his confidence.
It's your duty to tell the police anything you know about a suspected criminal.
You don't understand. Happy intends to go straight. He's planning to give himself up.
Give me all the facts.
Happy isn't really a criminal. He came to the Yukon as a gold rusher, but his claim gave out and so did his money. He was on the verge of starvation, and that's the only reason he joined the gang.
What about the trading company holdup?
And it's true, he was in on that. He admitted it to me this afternoon. But it was the first and the only crime that he's taken part in, and now he regrets the whole thing.
If he intended to give himself up, why didn't he go straight to headquarters?
Because he doesn't like the idea of squealing on the other members of the gang. When he left here, he said he was going back to the hideout and recover the money that was taken from the trading company. Then he was going to give the others a chance to either surrender along with him or make their getaway.
I see.
Oh, won't you please wait and give him time to surrender voluntarily? Give him that much of a chance.
Well, I'm sorry, Norma, but I'm afraid it's out of the question. It's my duty to bring the whole gang to justice.
She's going to run off.
But I promise you this, if I do capture him, what you've told me will count in his favor. All right, King, let's go, boy. Meanwhile, after leaving Norma's shop, Happy had started back to the hideout. Dusk had fallen by the time he reached his destination. The gang was just finishing an early supper as they heard him hauling his team outside the cabin.
Yeah, must be happy now. You took a long time in town.
The hideout's well stocked. You've been in there like 5 days.
Well, it's about time you're getting back, Jordan.
Sorry, Bull.
Tonight we're robbing the Red Dog Roadhouse. I told you I wanted to get an early start so we can pull the job off and get back here before daybreak.
Yeah, I know, Bill. I didn't realize it was getting so late, that's all.
Well, you realize it now. So if you want any grub before we hit the trail, you better pitch in fast.
Sure, I'll be right with you. Just wait till I hang up my pocket.
Happy hadn't worn his gun to town. His holster and gun belt were hanging on the wall. As he removed his pocket and hung it on a nail, his back was turned to the other 3 members of the gang. Without warning, he suddenly jerked the 6-shooter out of his holster, whirled around to face the 3 men at the table.
Reach, all of you. Go on, reach, pronto.
What in thunder are you up to, Jordan?
I'll tell you what I'm up to. I've had enough of this owl hoot life, and I'm aiming to give myself up to the law.
Well, go ahead if you're that loco.
Well, that's not all. When I surrender, I'm going to turn in all the money we stole from the Culver Trading Company.
Listen, shut up and listen.
If you're smart, you'll all come along with me and give yourselves up to the Mounties, same as I'm going to do.
And suppose we don't feel like giving ourselves up.
Then you better hightail it out of here while you've still got the chance. When I leave, I'm taking all your guns with me, just to make sure you don't pull that holdup tonight. Any of you want to come with me and surrender?
What do you think?
All right, suit yourselves. You'll have as long as it takes me to get to town and the Mounties to get back out here to make yourselves scarce. Savvy?
Yeah, we heard you.
In the meantime, all 3 of you get up from the table.
Yeah, what are you going to do now, Jordan?
I'm aiming to make you 3 come over here and lie face down on the floor. And give me a chance to collect the guns and the money. All right, come on, move. Keep your hands up high.
Bull's mind was working fast. A coil of heavy rope was hanging over one of the roof beams, not far from the point where Happy was standing.
Come on, get moving.
Bull was a big man, and his raised hands would be just about level with the dangling coil. As he passed under it, he grabbed the rope with his right hand and lashed out with it at Happy's gun arm. The rope knocked Happy's arm downward, and the bullet plowed harmlessly into the floor.
All right, take it, boys.
Before he could recover, the 3 crooks were on top of him. Happy put up a furious fight, but the odds were too great. Soon he had been battered into unconsciousness.
I reckon that'll hold him for a while, that dirty double-crosser. What'll we do with him, Bull? Kill him?
Sure, we'll kill him. But not just yet. We'll tie him up and leave him here till we get back from robbing the roadhouse. I want to give him a good slow going over first. And take my time about killing him.
Hey, you're the boss.
Take the rope and tie him up good and tight. Gag him, too. As soon as you get him tied and gagged, we'll hit the trail. Meanwhile, King was following Happy Jordan's scent northward from Dawson. Some time later, the Great Dog and his master arrived at the crook's cabin.
Okay.
Come on, boy. Drawing his gun, the sergeant tried the door gently. As King caught Happy's scent and heard the muffled noises he was making, the great dog advanced eagerly into the room. The sergeant saw a man lying roped to a bunk with a gag tied across his mouth.
Take it easy, mister. I'll get you free as soon as I light the lamp.
A moment later, the lamp had been lit, and the gag had been removed from Happy's mouth.
Now I'll cut these ropes.
Thanks, Marty.
I suppose you're Happy Jordan.
That's right. How did you know?
Mama Stanford told me the whole story.
You mean she turned right around and reported me to the law?
No, she told me the story against her will. I'll explain that later. There you are.
Thanks.
Tell me what happened here.
I got the drop on the gang. Told them I was going to give up myself and turn in the hold-up money. Then Bull Antrim...
Bull Antrim? Is he a member of the gang?
Sure, he's the leader. Anyway, as I say, I had him covered. And then Antrim pulled a fast trip with a coil of rope and... Well, you saw the result.
Where'd they go?
A place called the Red Dog Roadhouse. It's north of here, about 5 or 6 hours travel.
Yes, I know, on the trail of 40 Mile.
They're planning to hold it up.
The place will be loaded with sourdoughs, which means they'll put up a fight, and Bull Antrim's a killer. I've got to get out there and stop them.
Let me go with you.
Wearing handcuffs?
You don't need to handcuff me. I won't try to escape.
All right, I'll take you along, but I warn you, don't try anything. I'll not hesitate to shoot. I got your parka. Let's get moving.
The Red Dog Roadhouse was a long, rambling, 2-story log structure which had been built in the shelter of a steep hillside. It was well after midnight, and the cafe on the first floor was going full blast.
Fucking damn high-rise in
and the other 2 crooks arrived there and halted their teams in the glow of light shed from the front of the building.
All right, boys. Let's go around to the side of the building where it's dark and put on our masks.
A few minutes later, after they had adjusted their masks, drawn their guns, Bull said,
"You'll sit, boys."
Sure.
All right, then, let's go.
Hey, wait a minute, Bull. Someone's coming around the bend in the trail.
Yeah, you're right. We better stay here in the shadows till they go by or go inside.
Hey, that guy in the lead's a Mountie.
Yeah. And by something, the one behind him looks like Happy Jordan.
He must have gotten loose and warned the police about the holdup.
King was running ahead of the team as loose lead. As he neared the roadhouse, his nostrils picked up a scent he had smelled back at the crook's cabin. He knew that men were hiding somewhere in the darkness on the near side of the building. With a warning bark to his master, he veered suddenly off the trail.
Mackerel, that dog's coming right toward us. He'll give us away.
Get your guns ready. Hey, the money's calling him by.
Man alive, that was a close call.
King was puzzled, but he obeyed his master without question. A moment later, the Mountie and his companion drew up in front of the roadhouse, and the crooks heard them halting their team.
What do we do, Bull? We can't go through the holdup now.
When we hear him go inside, then we'll grab our teams and make a getaway. Okay, the door's slammed. They're going inside. Come on, let's clear out of here.
Right.
As the crooks rounded the corner of the building and headed toward their teams, a voice suddenly rapped out a sharp command.
Stop those hands!
Whirling in the direction of the voice, the crooks saw Sergeant Preston and Happy Jordan standing on the porch. Happy was armed with the sergeant's carbine.
That's Samani and Jordan. Gun him.
No, you don't.
The sergeant and Happy had shot first before the crooks could raise their guns to fire, and their bullets had dropped Bull and Jib. The third crook, who had been blocked from the line of fire by the other 2, gave up in panic as he saw his companions fall.
Don't shoot, I give up. Stand where you were.
Slim stood with his hands in the air as the sergeant and Happy closed in.
You're under arrest in the name of the Crown.
Where did you 2 come from? We thought you went inside.
That's what we wanted you to think. My dog warned me someone was hiding in the shadows, so I decided to draw you out in the open.
Bull and Jib are still alive, Sergeant. We didn't kill them.
Wait till I handcuff this man, and I'll attend to their wounds.
The following day, back in Dawson City, Phil Stanford and Norma were in the shop when Sergeant Preston and Happy Jordan entered. The sergeant was carrying a silver-furred puppy under one arm.
Why, it's Sergeant Preston and Happy. And the sergeant has Butch.
Hello, Miss Norma.
You're not even wearing handcuffs. Didn't Sergeant Preston arrest you?
Sure. In fact, I'm supposed to be in jail right now. But the sergeant fixed up with the Mountie inspector to let me come over and talk to you for a little while.
Oh, well, then I suppose you'll have to serve a term in prison for taking part in that robbery.
Why, no, I don't believe he will, Norma. Mr. Happy went wrong, but he realized his mistake and tried to make reparation. What's more, he prevented another robbery and helped me capture Bull Antrim's gang.
He even risked his life just to recover the money that was stolen from the trading company.
Yes, Norma, and that will be brought out at his trial. Inspector Conrad's going to try to get him off with a suspended sentence.
Oh, that's wonderful, Sergeant. Oh, I'm so glad it turned out this way, Happy.
I feel mighty good about it myself. And when the trial's over, if I do get off, Well, there's something I'm mighty anxious to talk to you about.
Yeah. Sergeant, how come you have Butch with you?
Oh, yes, I was almost forgetting about that, Phil. Mr. Culver asked me to give him to you.
Give him to me? You mean I may have him?
That's right, Phil. You see, it was your information about Happy giving you this pup that eventually led to the capture of the gang and the recovery of the stolen money. So Mr. Culver thought you ought to have some kind of a reward.
Oh, golly. Butch is the best reward he could give me.
Speaking of rewards, King, I'm not forgetting how you warned me about those crooks. That rate's an extra big caribou steak tonight. Yes, boy. Thanks to you, this case is closed.
In just a moment, Sergeant Preston will give you a preview of Wednesday's adventure, Passport to Death. It's the winner by a mile. Yes, the cereal that's sure to win your whole family's favor is delicious, nourishing Quaker puffed wheat and Quaker puffed rice. They're in first place with Mom because they're quick, ready to serve, save time in the morning. They're the winner every time with the youngsters because choice premium grains are shot from guns, actually exploded up to 8 times normal size to make them extra crisp and tender, full of delicious nut-like flavor. And Dad picks the big red and blue package of Quaker puffed rice or Quaker puffed wheat with the picture of the smiling Quaker man because it's such a refreshing breakfast dish. And think of the nourishment your family can cash in on. Yes, in every bowlful, there are extra food values of restored natural grain amounts of vitamin B1, niacin, and iron, topped with milk or cream and fruit for a deluxe family breakfast that's really economical. Your best buy every time. Remember, the original crisp, fresh Quaker puffed wheat or Quaker puffed rice comes only in the large red and blue package. A fine, modern package with a sealed inner lining. That lining serves to doubly protect the flavor and crispness until the moment you pour it into a bowl. For that reason, Quaker puffed wheat or Quaker puffed rice is never sold in bags or bulk. Buy both delicious kinds tomorrow. And now, here is Sergeant
Cardboard
Preston.
lined with plastic, thanks.
Sergeant Preston reporting, sir.
Sergeant, I sent for you because I have a special assignment for you in Selkirk.
I'm ready, Inspector.
Good. This assignment is an unusual one. As you know, there's a war going on. Spies are at work up here. A code book has been stolen from the American consulate and a man murdered. I want that code book brought back, along with the killer.
I'll do my best, Inspector. I'll leave for Selkirk immediately and take King with me. Goodbye, sir. Come along, King.
Sergeant Preston is leaving on an unusual case and might be forced to take unusual means to solve it. But he's hunting foreign agents who will stop at nothing, even murder, to carry out their mission. Be sure to hear this exciting adventure Wednesday. These radio dramas, a feature of the Challenge of the Yukon Incorporated, are created by George W. Trendle, produced by Trendle Campbell Enterprises, directed by Fred Flowerday, and edited by Fran Stryker. The part of Sergeant Preston is played by Paul Sutton. They are brought to you every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at the same time by Quaker puffed wheat and Quaker puffed rice, the breakfast cereals shot from guns. Your best bet for hot breakfast is Quaker Oats. The giant of the cereals is Quaker Oats. Delicious, nutritious, makes you feel ambitious. The giant of the cereals is Quaker Oats. Yes, if you want to be a star in sports and school activities, make your hot cereal Quaker Oats. Because Quaker Oats helps grow the stars of the future. You get more growth, more endurance from oatmeal than from any other whole grain cereal. Remember, Quaker and Mother's Oats are the same.
I wonder how many kids went to bed eating hot cereal for dinner.
This is J. Michael wishing you goodbye, good luck, and good health from Quaker puffed wheat and Quaker puffed rice. So long. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
You're listening to Chin Radio AM 1540, the voice of multicultural Toronto, bringing you the latest updates on COVID-19. Stay informed, stay safe, and stay tuned to Chin Radio AM 1540.
Countdown for blast off. X minus 5, 4, 3, 2, X minus 1. Fire.
These don't suck. Some of these suck.
From the far horizons of the unknown come transcribed tales of new dimensions in time and space. These are stories of the future, adventures in which you'll live in a million could-be years on 1,000 maybe worlds. The National Broadcasting Company, in cooperation with Galaxy Science Fiction Magazine, presents X minus 1. Tonight's story, The Map Makers, by Frederick Pohl.
Damage report, Mr. Bunner.
Aye, sir. 3 bulkheads penetrated in A, C, and D sections, patched in airtight.
How is Lieutenant Grogan?
He isn't good. He's unconscious. His head is all bandaged up. There's a 1,000,000 to 1 chance. I don't think it's happened in 300 years. Meteoric matter hitting a ship in hyperspace.
Mr. Bonner, would you please have the air vents operated to clear the control room of kerosene fumes?
Mr. Lodge.
Aye, sir. I'll have a half G spin, if you please. We can use a little gravity when we figure this out.
Aye, sir. Engine room, half G spin for simulated gravity.
How about the Atlas?
That's the worst damage, sir. Celestial Atlas is destroyed.
The Atlas was the only record on board of the hyperspace configurations. The total loss?
It's dead, sir.
Oh.
Hang on, here comes gravity, Spence.
What was his name?
The Atlas? Spawn. He had a sister in Seattle, I think.
Pass orders for burial at the afterlock.
Aye, sir.
And Mr. Bonner, have all officers assemble in the wardroom for an emergency meeting as soon as we are secured for normal space.
At ease, gentlemen.
Gentlemen, we are in trouble. We're in the soup, and we're a long way from home. So, Bonner, would you get me a bulb of coffee, please? Now, nobody is going to come and get us out of this. We'll have to do it ourselves, if we can. Ciccarelli is trying to get us a fix. But I can tell you right now, we are not close to the solar system.
Here you are, sir.
No, thank you. That meteor dropped us out of hyperspace in the middle of a jump. Consequently, there isn't a constellation in the sky that you or I or anybody else ever saw before. We might be 100 light years from home, or we might be 10,000.
Well, sir, what about our records?
They went with the Atlas. We can't retrace our steps, not in hyperspace.
You should start growing tomatoes.
Yes, what was it, Lorch? Burial detail standing by at the afterlock.
And send out an emergency beacon every so often.
Very well, we'll get down there in a few minutes. I'm afraid the Atlas will have to wait.
Yeah, the physicists will pick up and nobody will listen to you.
He's a mess, isn't he? Cover him up. Haven't got any respect. Yeah, it's a laugh. Spawn, I mean. Look at his head. They spent 4 years stuffing it with all those equations under that hypno machine. Did you ever see him working a jump? Oh, my jump station's engine pit 3. There's enough to curl hair. You know what it's like during jump. No lights, no fluorescence even, just those kerosene lamps smoking. Everything looking bent and twisted. You can't tell what you're seeing. Well, Spawn stands right up there next to the captain in a trance. And he's spouting numbers and times and equations. And all the time, his eyes are shut. He's out like a light. He's sure out for good now. It's funny, he never knew how to count up his pay when he was conscious. When he's out, he's as good as a 5-story computer. I never could figure it. It's kind of creepy. Why don't they take a regular machine to do hyperspace navigating? What do you ought to know? You just lifted him. Spawn weighed 130, wringing wet. A computer would weigh maybe 3 or 4 tons. Ship couldn't lift it. We got computers
3 or
on
4
board.
tons?
Yeah, electronic
This
computers.
was around the time of ENIAC, eh?
What's the first order before jump? Douse all electric gear, sure. The Terra 1 blew higher than the kite before they found that out. You don't use juice in hyperspace. Not if you want to get out of it. So you can't use a computer during a jump. That's where Spawn came in. You can't use him in a jump anymore either. Yeah, that's for sure. Hey, listen. There's a brass coming to dump him. I gotta get back to my patient. Put out that cigarette and try to look solemn.
Cigarette.
Mr. Bronner.
Oxygen is spare.
How is he, convoy? Not so good. I gave him 3 ampules of neomorph in the last 2 hours. That's twice the normal dosage. Never seen. Lieutenant Grodin's the navigator, isn't he? I mean, what happens with him all cut up in the head? The captain is a trained navigator. Well, that doesn't do us any good in jump, does it? Not without the atlas to do the calculator. Look, our job down here is to keep Lieutenant Grodin out of pain. We'll leave the rest of the bridge, all right? Well, sorry, sir. It's just that Corelli in the chart room told me he can't locate one of those stars in his chart. And what's more... I'm going. Yes, sir. Hand me that ampule.
Now hear this. Now hear this.
Recorders made second class Eklund, report to the wardroom. Recorders made Eklund, report to wardroom.
All right, Eklund, come in.
Recorders made Eklund reporting, sir.
Stand at ease, Eklund. You've heard about Recorders made Spawn.
Yes, sir. I was with Charlie when...
Bonner, get Eklund a chair, please.
Here you are.
I'm all right, sir.
You know that Spawn's operation was essential to navigation in a jump.
No, sir. I mean, I don't know much of anything until I'm indexed.
That's good. And you're rated as ship's librarian log.
Yes, sir.
Spawn read his calibrations up to this point into you?
I suppose so, sir. I'm in trance when I record.
That's good. Now we're going to need those records. Are you ready?
Yes, sir. The key word is index.
All right, Eklund. Index.
There she goes. Takes about 30 seconds for full trance.
You know, Bonner, this is risky. Trying to backtrack on hyperspace equations by dead reckoning. A centimeter off of the figures might put us 1,000 kilometers in hyperspace. Anything up to 1,000,000 light years when we dropped back into normal. I wish that meteor had gotten me instead of the Atlas.
She's in trance, sir.
All right, Eklund. Ship's log. Journey day 1. Jump 1.
Journey day 1. Jump 1. Normal space coordinates 345 674 65. Sub 456. Time 4356.98.
Ensign Lortz reporting on watch, sir. No maneuvering during watch, no change in operating status. I haven't made an entry for course and position, Mr. Bonner.
Just put down unknown in big letters.
Yes, sir. You didn't get anything out of Eklund?
Oh, sure. We got the absolute magnitudes and the stellar distances of half the stars in the galaxy.
Snow was predicting that there would be lowercase letters.
In dimensional space. We didn't get a roadmap. What's that thermometer read?
It's all right, sir. I adjusted heat level.
What?
The welding torches had the temperature up 5 degrees, so I ordered air valved into the expansion line.
Mr. Lorch, you were bleeding air?
Well, yes, sir, to cool ship.
Lorch, you're a fool.
What?
You valve off air as though we had a whole world of it. Did it ever occur to you we might be in space a long time and we might run out of air?
But, sir, that doesn't happen. I mean...
No, not when you can jump. Not when Earth is an hour or a day away, but we can't jump. You just leave those air valves alone. We'll need every molecule.
Rosen, can you hear me? Oh. Stop bothering. Can you hear me? Yes, all right, don't talk. You've been hurt. A meteorite got the atlas and something got you right across the eyes. Drops of molten metal. You're blind, at least for now. We can fix you up from the eye bank when we get back on Earth. The atlas. Atlas. Dad. We got enough problems. I've got to take the bandages off now. And, Can you see anything? We're going to pass the light in front of your eyes. You tell me if you can see anything.
Eye transplants before laser surgery, right?
No. Nothing but it hurts. All right, convoy. Hand me that ampule. Secure for jump, Mr. Bonner. Secure.
Engine room. Damage ab. Damage forward. Generator station. Radiation control. Cargo hold 1, 2, 3, 4. Men's quarters aft.
Ready, Eklund?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever been on the bridge during a jump?
Oh, sir.
Well, it's tricky. Your eyes lie to you. You see things that aren't there. I don't know how much you would get in trance.
Nothing, sir. I black out completely.
Oh, good.
Ship secured, sir.
Ship secured, sir.
Kill the spin.
Engine room, kill spin.
Boy, you've been spinning.
Ship's company, stand by for free fall. Free fall.
Check off.
Chronometers wound and synchronized. Kerosene lamps lit. Navigator.
Aye.
Communicator.
Aye.
Atlas. I'm sorry. Ready, Eklund.
Aye.
Put her under.
Eklund. Index.
Proceed, Mr. Bonner.
Main circuit breakers open.
Main circuit breakers open.
Electricity cut. Eklund's in trance.
Circuit breakers, those right, Detective.
Well, we'll give it a try. Now, Bonner, backtrack on our jumps.
Yeah, maybe it'll work out.
Me. Stand by to jump.
Stand by to jump.
Stand by to jump.
We'll go when she's straight up. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, jump.
Convoy, where are you? Over here, I can't see you. Feel your way over the road. Everything's green. Give me the hypo. Come on, man, you've been in the jump before. Here's the ampule, sir. Not the pressure hypo. We can't use current in jump that we're in. Road, all right. We're in jump, that's all. My eyes! My eyes! My eyes!
Deal. What's the use? You can't use the money even if you win. You're trying to do chicken out. Corelli says they got a fix after the jump. What are we worried about? Deal. They got a fix, all right. 15,000 light years from Sal. Shuffle. He says that's the way it is in hyperspace. Distances haven't got anything to do with anything unless you can navigate when you're in jumping. We can't. Hey, when did Lorch make his rounds? Why? I'm going to take off my jumper. It's hot. Yeah, and it's going to get hotter. Every time the jets blast, every time the cook fries an egg, the ship gets just a little hotter. Don't mention it. Every time the jump generators turn over, every time you light a match, that gets us hotter and hotter. Yeah. Hey, what are you doing? Taking off my skivvy shirt. Deal. Oh. How is he, Mr. Broderick?
You can tell the captain that Lieutenant Groden remains unimproved.
How is he really?
He's working up to some real damage. He kind of can't handle it. It's in his head. I had to tell him his sight was gone, unless we can get back to an eye bank within 10 days. You can patch in an eye, but once the nerve has deteriorated, you can't replace it.
Did he take it hard?
Worse? Worse. He didn't say a word. I know that man is in pain. The convoy found his pills hidden under his pillow. He wouldn't take them. He just lay there without a sound until we went into the jump. Then he screamed his head off.
What's wrong with him?
Who knows? I had an electroencephaloscope on board, but I'm lucky they let me have a mini X-ray.
Yeah, what did doctors do before they had those gadgets? Shoot the patients?
No. With luck, I could run an old-fashioned verbal psychoanalysis on him. I might pick something significant out of a sludge.
Books.
Maybe 5 or 6 months. That's what they did before they had the EES. What time is it?
07:56.
I've got sick call in 20 minutes. Heat exhaustion, dizzy spells, skin rashes. I'm running out of aspirin and salt tablets.
Yeah. Bonner had me with a 10-man detail defluffing the filter traps on the air circulators. It's a lucky thing spaceships aren't painted. They'd have us chipping paint.
Now hear this. Mr. Broderick, report to the bridge. Mr. Broderick, report to the bridge.
How am I supposed to do that? I got 2 corpsmen down with heat prostration.
I'll look after Groden, Mr. Broderick. Maybe I could give him an alcohol rub?
Thanks, Lodge. Oh, by the way, that alcohol.
Yes?
It's denatured.
Here's the problem, Mr. Broderick. We have fuel for just under 40 minutes of rocket blast at standard thrust. That will bring our overall temperature up to 60 degrees centigrade. That's the maximum the human body can stand, right?
Mm-hmm. That's about 140 Fahrenheit. Well, it hits that on Earth in a couple of places around the Dead Sea, but it isn't sustained heat. It drops considerably after dark.
We'll hope we find ourselves out of this before we hit 60 degrees. If we don't, at least we won't starve or suffocate. All right, gentlemen. Mr. Broderick, prepare for increasing heat casualties as we proceed.
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Bonner. Secure for jump.
My eyes. My eyes. Now take it easy, Groden. Convoy. Yes, sir. Where's the doctor?
He stayed on the bridge for the jump.
Well, what do we do for Groden? During the jump, I can't even see him.
I don't think he hurt himself. We better just wait till the jump's over.
My eyes. They lied. They lied to me. They lied. I can see it. The master pattern. I can see it. No, not like seeing, like knowing. That's Lorch. And Roderick's on the bridge. The captain. And Earth. And the sun. I can see them. Unbuckle the straps. I've got to get up to the bridge. The jump is almost over. I'll be blind again. Lorch sees me. He'll think it's jump hallucinations. They're lost. But I'm not. I can see the whole universe. I can see.
Jump completed. Secure for normal space.
Groden, come back here. What are you doing out in the passage? Convoy, sir. Come on, give me a hand. How did he get out here and jump? He's blind.
Navigation report negative, sir.
Is there a fix?
No, sir.
Raleigh thinks he can get a triangulation on an extragalactic nebula. That'll take time.
What's the temperature?
45.
We don't have time. We'll have to keep on. If we don't end up within a light year of Sol, we're cooked. Literally. So at your convenience, we'll take another jump.
So we've got to take a break. The only way to handle the temperature is frequent rests and liquids.
Will 10 minutes be enough?
Well, I suppose so.
Mr. Bonner, have steward sections issue whatever they have, juices, water. There's no point in saving it for any length of time. We have about 24 minutes of rocket time before the hull heats up to 60 degrees.
Is there any reasonable chance?
Mr. Broderick, we've tried dead reckoning from the records. But in hyperspace, we can't follow them accurately, not without Atlas. I'm timing the blasts from my pulse, because you can't trust reading a clock unless you can touch it. When we jump, I might as well be blind.
Easy. Get him back on the bed. Easy, Convoy. Easy. Oh, I got his arm. There. I can't figure how he got out there. I saw him, but I thought it was a jump hallucination.
Easy, Mr. Gordon. Just fly.
No, I can see.
Is that possible?
Look at him, Mr. Lorch. His eyes are covered with bandages. He's blind.
10 minutes is up, Captain.
All right. Secure for jump.
I have to assign 3 more men to each generator. The crew couldn't handle the manual clutch in the heat.
Very well. Proceed.
Chronometers wound and synchronized. Kerosene lamps lit. Navigator.
Aye.
Ready, Eklund?
Aye.
So they have aspirin and neomorphin, but not
Proceed,
heroin.
Mr. Bonner.
That's interesting.
Main circuit breakers open.
Stand by to jump.
Stand by to jump.
Straight up. 4, 3, 2, 1. Jump.
30 seconds to full velocity, sir.
You never can get used to it. You can hear, you can touch, and your eyes lie. The photons and electrons that carry vision have some crazy mathematics of their own.
I know, sir.
I remember once I saw a row of monkeys sitting on the control console. I wondered what they were before hyperspace twisted them into monkeys.
10 seconds.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Now it seems as if I'm seeing Groden up here on the bridge, and I know very well he's down in sick bay asleep.
Captain.
Who's that? Lorch?
Yes, sir.
You're not on bridge watch.
Captain, he's really here. It's not a hallucination.
What are you talking about?
Groden. He's really here, sir.
Lorch, what's the idea of bringing him up here during jump?
I only brought him to the forward lock, sir. Then he brought me.
Broderick, is this some kind of heat exhaustion?
I'm telling you, sir. We went into jump, and I couldn't see anything that made sense. Just twisting shadows and lights, you know. But Groden took my hand and led me right up here along the passage.
Blind.
Not in hyperspace. Not in jump. Then he can see.
Captain.
Sick bay. He must be in intense pain.
Yes, it's painful, all right. But I can see the whole plan, the whole pattern. It makes sense to me now. I can see the stars and the ship and the Earth at the same time. The equations on hyperspace. I can see them the way you can see a triangle or a circle. I can see the Earth, and I can tell you how far it is.
Groden.
You mean you can pilot us home? Yes, I can.
All right, Mr. Groden. Take over this ship.
Number 3 pattern. Fire. Cut. Velocity. 5, 6, 3, 7, 4, 8. Relative thrust. 7, 8, 6, 7. Counterblast for 2 seconds. Pattern 6, 5, 7. Blast. Cut. All right. Hit normal space at mark. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark! Look out, he's gonna fall.
Yeah, I've got him.
He saw. He saw in hyperspace. He navigated by line of sight in hyperspace.
We'll have to order a stretcher on him. He's blind again.
Sun system, 239 degrees, 45 elevation. Magnified by 50 on forward screen.
That's not Saw.
No, but it's a place to land. There's a planet there. It's Earth normal. You can land and cool a ship and replenish air.
Mr. Bonner, take it down to atmosphere. Have planetology section start to check it out.
Kerosene.
Ensign Lodge, report down to planetology. Engine room, landing routine.
Why didn't we hit Earth on the chum program? Why?
Just as well, Mr. Broderick. If the planet checks out, it's a whole world for colonization.
Sure, but it'll be 2 weeks before you can replenish ship and catalyze fuel. There won't be any new eyes for Lieutenant Groden then. The opportunities will be gone too far. And you never have eyes again.
I knew that before I brought you up. Ready, blast. For skip deceleration in pit 3.
You mean, Groden, you could have brought us back to Earth?
In 2 jumps.
Then why didn't you? I can't allow a man to go blind because of phony heroics.
Do you want to know how many Sol-type systems there are within 5,000 light years? I can tell you. Want to know what the universe looks like in hyperspace? I can tell you that too. Only I can't describe it. The whole thing is as orderly and chartable as our own space. And I could see it, all of it. And you offer me eyes. Captain, we have a quadrant of hyperspace to chart. I can see during the jumps. Captain,
Look out. He's still in pain.
I can see to the end of the galaxy. And beyond.
I know. But in the meantime, Mr. Broderick.
Aye, sir.
When we take off again, Lieutenant Groden will be in command during jump. He will handle this ship, and at his direction we will chart hyperspace. But in the meantime, will you kindly lead him to his quarters?
You have just heard X-1 presented by the National Broadcasting Company in cooperation with Galaxy Science Fiction Magazine, which this month features Dead Ringer by Lester Del Rey, a fascinating story about a man who learned that there was nothing on Earth which could set him free, least of all the truth. Galaxy Magazine on your newsstand today. Tonight by transcription, X-1 has brought you The Map Makers, a story from the pages of Galaxy written by Frederick Pohl and adapted for radio by Ernest Kenoy. Featured in the cast were John Larkin, Ed Prentice, Bob Hastings, Tom Collins, Dick Hamilton, Burford Hamden, Raleigh Bester, and Carl Frank. Your announcer, Fred Collins. X-1 was directed by Daniel Sutter and is an NBC Radio Network production.
Oh, there's still 2 minutes.
Searching for BBC The Conversation, where we have a full archive and plenty of great episodes to listen to. I'm Kim Chakaneta. Thanks for listening.
You're listening to News 24.
It's 开张.
That's a tune written by the patriarch of the Marsalis family, Ellis Marsalis. It's called Swinging at the Haven, done for us by Gerald Beckett for from his recording Oblivion. Gerald on flute, Ruben Salcedo alto, Steve McQuarrie keyboard, Charles Thomas bass.
I'd like some napkins. 服务员，买单。Excuse me, can I get the bill?
更广阔的世界，除了斯里兰卡，在今天的马六甲、爪哇、泰国和印度等地，也留下了郑和船队的众多遗迹，见证了一段中国人探索海洋、开辟文明交流的伟大传奇。唯有探索，才有答案。南海之声。
中国国际广播电台 The Voice of
to China Plus Radio, connecting you with China and the world.
Now the news. I'm Zhou Fang. Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi has held talks with his Seychelles counterpart, Sylvester Radegonde. The meeting came as part of Wang's official visit to Seychelles. The Chinese Foreign Minister said that Seychelles on the international and regional stage and support Seychelles in safeguarding national sovereignty, security, and development rights and interests. He also suggested the two sides strengthen cooperation in areas such as green development, blue economy, tourism, clean energy, marine aquaculture, and air transportation. A Chinese soldier who got lost along the China-India border
Indian food.
said in a statement on Saturday that the Indian side promised to return the soldier to the Chinese border patrol. The statement said the soldier got lost along the border in the early hours of Friday morning due to darkness and the complex terrain. The Chinese border patrol reached the Indian side immediately after the incident. The Indian side confirmed the soldier was found after 2-hour search and rescue efforts. The statement also urges India to play a constructive role in easing tensions in the border areas and to jointly defend peace and stability in the region. China has issued a white paper on the country's international development cooperation. The white paper, titled China's International Development Cooperation in the New Era, was released by the State Council Information Office. Consisting of 8 chapters, a preface, and a conclusion, the white paper expounds on China's views on international development cooperation in the new era, the actions it has taken, and its plans for the future. Chinese authorities have said the country will continue to improve the business environment in the 14th five-year plan period. The State Administration for Market Regulation says between 2021 and 2025, China will also try to boost The administration also says China will take a series of measures to boost business system reforms and provide market entities with a fair, transparent, procedure-based, convenient, and predictable business environment. Officials say the list of business permits for enterprises successfully piloted in 18 pilot free trade zones will become a national standard and will apply nationwide. China will also intensify reforms in pilot free trade zones to meet the needs of deepening reforms and build a high-standard market system. The total length of high-speed rail lines in China came in at nearly 30.
You're listening to Chin Radio AM 1540, the voice of multicultural Toronto, bringing you the latest updates on COVID-19. Stay informed, stay safe, and stay tuned to Chin Radio AM 1540.
The story you are about to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all king-size cigarettes, brings you Dragnet on both radio and television.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to homicide, special detail. There are rumors of an impending war between juvenile gangs in your city. Reportedly, members of both gangs are well supplied with homemade weapons. You don't know when the fighting will break out. You don't know where. Your job, stop it.
Fatima, America's first largest selling blended cigarette. Now king size.
See the difference, taste the difference, smoke the difference. And in Fatima, the difference is quality.
See the difference. Fatimas are 21% longer.
Taste the difference. Enjoy Fatima's extra mildness. Much different, much better flavor and aroma.
Smoke the difference. Get all the advantages of extra length, plus Fatima quality, which no other king-size cigarette has.
Yes, in Fatima, the difference is quality.
Definitely the best quality in its class, but the same price as the cigarette you're now smoking.
So why wait? Switch to Fatima today. Each king-size Fatima gives you a long, extra mild and soothing smoke with the added protection of Fatima quality. Buy Fatima.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Tuesday, October 14th. It was cloudy in Los Angeles. We were working a special detail out of Homicide Division. My partner's Ed Jacobs. The boss is Captain Lorman. My name's Friday. It was 1:18 p.m. when I got to 2015 East 1st Street, the second floor. Hollenbeck Juvenile Division.
Joe?
Hi. What'd you find out?
Nothing yet. Gardner had to go next door. He'll be back in a minute. Give us a rundown on the thing.
Friday, Ed. Hi, Gardner.
Hi, how you doing?
Good to see you. How are things going downtown?
Oh, not bad. A little slow. Here, you got problems.
Lots of them. Captain brief you on any of it?
No, he told us to check with you. You'd fill us in. Said maybe you could use some help.
All we can get. We're sitting on top of a bomb out here. We don't know when it's going to go off.
What's the pitch, Gardner?
Juvenile gangs, 5 of them this time. The way we get it, they're ready for trouble, all of them.
High school kids?
Most of them. Some of them are in junior high.
Well, how come 5 gangs? What are they planning, a free-for-all?
It's a long story. They've been building up to this thing for months. All East Side kids. We hear it's supposed to be an open war.
Mm-hmm.
Here's a list of the different gangs involved.
Thanks.
You can see there, same crowds we've been riding herd on for the last couple of years.
We got the Purple Heart Gang, the Blue Devils, the Apaches, Happy Valley, Rose Hill.
Here's a breakdown on each one of them. Hard to get exact figures, but we think it's fairly accurate. Purple Heart Gang, 26 members. Leader Harold Fry, age 17. Blue Devils, 18 members. Leaders Jack Holland, age 17, and Bertram Willis, 16. The Apaches, 22 members. Leader Robert Lawson, 17. They're supposed to be the strongest bunch. Happy Valley Gang, 20 members. Leaders Roy Martin, 16, and Joseph Gomez, 16. Rose Hill Gang, 16 members. Leader Thomas Resnick, 18.
Yeah. Well, what's behind it, Gardner? I mean the gang war that they're supposed to be planning.
A lot of factors enter into it, I guess. It's my own idea. The Apache gang's doing most of the promoting.
What's the object, anyway?
The usual big shot idea some high school kids get. The Apaches figure they're going to run the whole east side. They've already scared the Happy Valley Gang and the Blue Devils into joining up with them.
Well, how'd they manage that?
I'd like to find out myself.
Well, how about the other two crowds there, Rose Hill and the Purple Heart Bunch?
The story I get is they won't come in with the Apaches. That's supposed to be the reason for the war. Either they join up with the Apaches or they fight them. That's the warning they got.
Pretty playing it big time, huh?
All the way. 16, 17-year-olds. They got gang lieutenants. They got their own cars, their own hideout. Some of them even have their girlfriends running with them. Same age. None of them over 17.
Where'd you get your information, Bill?
Half a dozen kids. Most of them from the Blue Devils and the Happy Valley Gang. They were mixed up in a couple of after-school fights in Hollenbeck Park. The stories they gave us are enough to curl your hair.
Yeah, I mean.
About the big war they're going to have. One of the girls we picked up gave us most of it. 15-year-old. Says her boyfriend's one of the big shots for the Blue Devil.
What'd she have to say?
Talked about it like it was some kind of a game they were playing. Said the Rose Hill and the Purple Heart gangs were teaming up so they could stand up against the other three. They've been getting ready for the war for 6 weeks. They're really organized.
I don't get it. Who's doing the organizing? Who's promoting it?
I got an idea about that. We'll get to it in a minute. Take a look at these over here.
Yeah.
Samples of the different weapons the gangs are getting together for the big fight.
Crazy kids.
Brass knuckles. Homemade saps, all kinds.
Well, what's this here, Gardner?
Have a look. Homemade stiletto. Good 6-inch blade. Kids are supposed to have dozens of them. Another one here. Look at this. Ice pick. Anything you can think of, you name it, we got it.
It's going to be wholesale murder if we can't find a way to stop it.
You been able to figure what the real trouble is, Bill?
I got an idea, yeah. You asked about the gangs teaming up a minute ago.
Yeah.
We figure we got a young Hitler on our hands. A kid by the name of Robert Lawson. He's supposed to be the ringleader of the Apache gang. Moved in about a year ago from the Middle West.
How much you know about him?
Wrote a letter to the city he originally came from. Nothing but trouble back there. Bad juvenile record. We've talked to the boy a couple of times. His parents, too, didn't do much good. Never had enough to file a petition on him and bring him to the attention of the juvenile court. We know he's responsible for a lot of the trouble we got, but he always has some other kid do it for him. Never does it himself.
You think he's responsible for working up the gang war ideas, eh?
We figure he's our biggest problem. We've tried everything to reach the Lawson kid and settle him down. Checked with the teachers at his school, the principal, vice principal. They can't handle him. They figure on expelling him if he doesn't straighten up.
How about the other youngsters in these gangs? I mean, besides this Lawson boy here.
We've got notifications out for them and their parents. They're supposed to be in here tomorrow night at 7:30. Maybe we can break Lawson's hold on these kids.
Sure got me. What's the matter with this Lawson boy's parents? Don't they know what's going on? Can't they control him?
We tried to talk to the parents. They think we're wrong. They're proud of the kid. He's got a high IQ. They think he's a natural-born leader.
Oh, sure.
Yeah. The mother says people just don't understand the boy.
Or maybe you should have told them, huh? San Quentin's full of people we don't understand. The following night, Wednesday, October 15th, the members and ringleaders of the various juvenile gangs, along with their parents, showed up at Hollenbeck Juvenile Division as requested. In questioning each of the youngsters, we definitely confirmed the reports we had of the impending gang war. The interviews also revealed that if and when the fighting did start, it would be more serious than we at first figured. For one thing, there were more youngsters involved than we thought. The gangs had been recruiting new members by the dozen in preparation for the street fights. For another thing, we found out the teenagers weren't carrying around 8-inch knives and brass knuckles just for show. If fighting started, they were ready and willing to use them. We weren't sure how much we could count on it, but after interviewing the parents and advising them how serious the situation was, they promised their full cooperation. Most of them agreed they'd maintain strict check on their youngsters and keep them out of all neighborhood gang activities. Some of the parents took a resentful attitude. They insisted the gangs were harmless. They accused us of picking on the youngsters. A few of the parents didn't even show up at the meeting. Among these were the parents of 17-year-old Robert Lawson, the boy who seemed to be promoting most of the trouble. The following morning, my partner Ed Jacobs and I drove out to his home and we talked with his mother. She was friendly but not too cooperative.
I don't know how you say that, Sergeant. I appreciate you worrying about my boy, but I'm sure it's not as bad as you think.
I don't mean to contradict you, Mrs. Lawson, but I'm afraid it is a lot worse than you think.
It's what the other officers said, too, but you really don't have any proof, do you? I mean, if you idle rumors, you certainly can't accuse Robert on that basis.
We're not accusing Robert of anything, ma'am. It's not the point. What we're trying to do is to head off the trouble before it starts.
You were living in the Middle West before you came to Los Angeles, is that right, ma'am?
Yes, that's right, Nebraska.
Well, wasn't your boy in some kind of trouble back there?
Yes, but it didn't amount to anything. Could have been avoided so easily. They just didn't understand Robert. That was the whole trouble.
Is he an only child, ma'am?
Yes, just Robert. But he's not spoiled. I know it's a great temptation with an only child, but we didn't spoil him. Robert just isn't like that.
You allow him quite a bit of freedom, do you, ma'am? I mean, does he go out at night very often?
Well, he is 17 years old, going on 18. Yes, my husband and I allow him to go out as often as he likes, as long as he keeps up with his studies. Robert's always done very well. He's always topped in his class.
Do you know where he spends his time when he goes out at night?
He's usually down at the gym or at the library.
You know that for a fact, do you?
I trust Robert, if that's what you mean. If he tells me that's where he's going, I believe him. The mother can't believe her own son. Who can she believe?
How about the company your boy keeps? You know any of his friends, Mrs. Lawson?
Few, yes. There's the Miller boy and Jack Holland. They seem to be fine boys.
Miller and Holland?
Yes. There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with them.
Well, there is, ma'am.
What?
Both of them have juvenile records. Both of them belong to your son's gang.
Really, Sergeant, how can you say that? It isn't fair. Wouldn't it be better to try and understand these boys instead of picking on them, persecuting them?
I don't know how we're going to make you understand, Mrs. Lawson. We're not picking on them. We're not persecuting them. We know there's a gang problem. We know your boy's one of those at the bottom of it. If something isn't done, there's going to be trouble. If we're going to stop it before it begins, we're going to have your help.
I'm perfectly willing to cooperate, you know that. That must be Robert now, excuse me. Robert? Bob, is that you?
Yeah?
Would you come in here a minute, Bob? We're in the living room.
Yeah? What do you want?
These are police officers, Bobby. This is Sergeant Friday. Sergeant Jacobs, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, yeah.
How about something to eat? Haven't you got anything ready?
I wasn't expecting you, Bob. Won't take me a minute, though. You sit down there. I'll go out and get a snack together for you. Can I fix you a sandwich, officer? A cup of coffee?
No, thank you. No, thanks very much.
Won't be a minute, Bob. We were just talking about you when you came in.
What's it about, Sergeant? You want to see me or do you just want to talk to my mother?
As long as you're here, we'd like to talk to both of you, Bob.
I got to take off pretty fast. Just came home and get something to eat. What's it about?
It's about Geronimo. That's the gang's code word for the war you're setting up, isn't it?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Your gang, Bob, the Apaches. We talked to half a dozen of them last night down at the juvenile division.
Is that right?
Now, look, son, we've got the names of everybody in your gang. We know the whole setup. You go ahead with your idea, and you're going to buy a lot of trouble.
A couple of cops were here last week. They said the same thing. I don't know any more about it now than I did then. Honest. What's the pitch anyway?
You know what the pitch is, youngster.
I don't, honest. You're trying to say I'm in a gang, is that it?
You're in it up to your neck, son. Now, why don't you come off it? We've got you pegged and everybody that runs with you. That includes the girlfriends you got in the gang. You're not fooling anybody.
You must be a little crazy. I'm not in any gang. I never even heard of one around here.
Now, you listen to me, boy. You can take this as a warning or a piece of advice either way. You and your friends keep on playing punk gangsters, we're going to lean on you. You understand?
What is this? Trying to scare me?
If it'll make you change your mind, yeah. If this street war comes off, there's going to be big trouble. What do you think's going to happen when 200 kids tangle in a fight with knives and brass knuckles? Now, use your head.
Here you are, Bob. Nice milk, nice bowl of hot soup. Bacon and tomato sandwiches.
You always make the soup too hot.
Oh, I didn't mean to. Let it cool off for a minute, then. Bob has to eat and hurry along, officers. Is there anything else you wanted to talk to him about?
No, I think you've heard everything we have to say. I wish you'd think it over, Mrs. Lawson. You too, Bob.
Nothing to think over. They're trying to say I'm in a gang. They think I'm the leader.
You told them, didn't you, son?
Sure. They don't believe me.
I wish I could make you understand, Sergeant. He's not a gang leader. Robert's telling the truth.
I'm afraid he isn't, ma'am.
Well, he is. I know he is. I mean, after all, he's my son. I'm in a position to know him better than you do.
Yes, ma'am.
If he was lying, I'd know it. I wish I could make you understand. Mother is the only one who really knows her boy. I know Robert's telling the truth. Aren't you, Robert? Robert? That's so, isn't it? You're telling the truth, aren't you?
Sure. How about some more soup?
Before we left the house, we tried again to talk to Robert Lawson and his mother, but it was no use. She believed every word he said, and he apparently refused to believe the possible consequences of the war he was planning for his gang of juveniles. We drove downtown and had an interview with the boy's father at his work. He was even less cooperative. He took on a belligerent attitude, accused us of persecuting his son, and ordered us out of the office. Along with Sergeant Bill Gardner and Frank Kerber, we spent the rest of the afternoon and most of the following day checking with parents of youngsters who had been recently recruited into one of the various East Side gangs. Most of them were cooperative. Late that afternoon, Bill Gardner, Ed, and myself met with Captain Stein back at Hollenbeck Juvenile.
Strict curfew all over the area. We can start tonight.
What do you figure, just on the weekends?
Every night, Sunday to Sunday. I'll get some more men in to help out. Every youngster out in the street after 10 o'clock gets stopped. Every one of them caught with knives, saps, brass knuckles, or anything like them, they're going to be pulled in and filed on. No exceptions. Be a lot safer in custody than mixing in the gang fight.
Yeah, ought to help. Might teach some of the parents a lesson anyway.
Yeah. Excuse me. Jordan, Division Stein. Where was that? When? Yeah, right away. Let's hustle at Evergreen Avenue out near the cemetery.
Yeah, what is it?
Curfew was a good idea. We got it too late.
Huh?
Gang war, it's already started.
Before we left the office, we had communications notify all J cars on a special detail to proceed at once to the scene of the Major 415 call. 10 cars were ordered to cruise the area surrounding the actual scene of the fight and to pick up any and all members of the juvenile gangs who showed any evidence of having been in the fight or had in their possession any deadly weapon. Captain Stein, Bill Gardner, Ed, and myself left the office on a code 3 and drove out to the scene of the gang fight. When we got there, all the J cars and 3 radio crews had the area blocked off. An ambulance crew was treating more than a dozen youngsters who had been injured during the fight. One of the youngsters had a lacerated eye. He'd been blinded. Most of the other victims would carry scars for the rest of their lives. The juveniles who'd taken part in the battle and who'd been lucky enough to escape without serious injury were being loaded into the J cars and the radio cars. They were to be removed to juvenile headquarters at 1335 Georgia Street for further investigation. Together with Bill Gardner and Frank Kerber, Ed and I began covering the area, collecting dozens of homemade weapons used in the gang fight. They'd be turned over to Pete Brown, Hollenbeck Juvenile, to be booked as evidence.
Joe?
Yeah, Ed?
Come here a minute. Over here.
Yeah.
Have a look. Piece of chain, bloodstains on it.
Lousy how Chris is gonna get.
Come on. All right.
Across the street there, the car in the driveway.
Yeah.
Help him, he's hurt. Somebody help him, Bobby.
What's the trouble?
Bobby, he was in the fight. One of the gang, they stabbed him. He's in the car.
Come on.
What is it, Joe?
Take a look.
The Lawson boy, huh?
Yeah, knife in his chest.
Want me to get the doctor?
Yeah, call the coroner, too.
You are listening to Dragnet, authentic stories of your police force in action.
Fatima, America's first largest selling blended cigarette. Now king size.
See the difference, taste the difference, smoke the difference. And in Fatima, the difference is quality.
Yes, you get all the advantages of extra length, plus Fatima quality, which no other king size cigarette has. That's why week in, week out, year after year, more smokers are switching to Fatima.
1950, Fatima sales higher than ever before in Fatima history.
1951, another record year. Fatima sales up and up. Why, in 1 month alone, Fatima sales up 110% coast to coast.
Friends, in the first months of 1952, to show our confidence in Fatima, We are making a special money-back guarantee to every king-size cigarette smoker.
Buy a pack of Fatimas. Enjoy Fatima quality, extra mildness, and superbly blended tobaccos.
If you're not convinced Fatima is better than the king-size cigarette you're now smoking, just return the pack and the unsmoked Fatimas before April 1st, and we'll give you your money back plus postage. Fatima, Box 37, New York 1.
Remember, each king-size Fatima gives you a long, extra mild, and soothing smoke with the added protection of Fatima quality. Buy Fatima. Best of all, king-size cigarettes.
Thursday, October 16th, 5:35 p.m. After the discovery of Robert Lawson's body in the car parked in the driveway adjoining the cemetery grounds, Ed brought the doctor over from the ambulance. The 17-year-old Lawson boy was pronounced dead. The doctor made out the prescribed form and marked it DOA. While we waited for the crime lab crew and the coroner to get there, Ed and I questioned the girl who'd led us to the body. She identified herself as Ann Porter, age 16. She told us she was Bob Lawson's girlfriend. She readily admitted accompanying him to the scene of the gang fight that afternoon.
I knew what it was going to be like. I knew right then. I came closer. Bob told the kids to get ready. They were a little ways from us when they stopped. The other gang, the Purple Hearts.
Yeah, go ahead.
There's a kid by the name of Jumpy. He's the leader. He stepped out in front of them and called to Bob. Called him a bad name, said bad things.
This boy you called Jumpy, you know his real name, man?
No, Jumpy's only his nickname. I know him when I see him, though. I can point him out.
Well, what happened after he called Bob?
I don't know.
What?
I don't know. I'm not sure. Everything seemed to happen at once. Bob swore at me, pushed me back, told me to get out of the way. Then he walked up to this kid Jumpy, right in front of their whole gang. I screamed at Bob. I screamed at him not to.
Why'd you scream? What'd you do?
He had a chain under his coat. It was kind of a sort of short whip-like. Bob had it doubled up.
Yeah.
When he went up to Jumpy, Bob had a cigarette in his mouth. He told Jumpy to light it for him. It's supposed to mean he's chicken if he does it. Jumpy laughed at him. Bob took out the chain, hit him across the face with it. Hit him with all his might. He knocked Jumpy down. He was laying on the sidewalk. His face was cut bad. Bob had the chain, kept hitting him with it. And somebody gave a yell and both the gangs started fighting.
Were you close to Bob Lawson most of the time?
No, not first. There was a lot of yelling and kicking and fighting going on. I ran around and was looking for him. Finally saw Bob. I'm not sure it happened so fast.
What happened then?
I'm not sure. I thought I saw Jumpy pull a knife on Bob. Long and thin, maybe an ice pick.
Yeah.
Bobby was still hitting with the chain. It looked like Jumpy hit Bob in the chest with something right over the heart. Bobby stopped. Jumpy did it again. Bobby got white. He looked sick. He turned around and started to run.
Well, what happened then?
Bobby kept running. I knew he was hurt. I went after him. I saw him fall, but he got up. He kept running. Then one of the other gang grabbed me. They hit me.
It's all right. We understand.
I didn't find Bob until the fight was over. I heard the cops' cars coming, sirens, coming around from everywhere. I felt sick. I finally found Bob, though. He was laying in the back seat of the car, just laying there.
And that's when you called out?
Yes. I guess I knew it. As soon as I looked at him, dead white as a sheet, it ain't easy. Not when you find somebody dead, not somebody you love.
All right, it'll be all right. It'll be all right.
You're lying. You know that. It won't be all right.
Take it easy, Ann.
I love Bob. Didn't you know that? When he graduated, the first thing we were going to get married. As soon as he got out of school, we'd be married. We'd be married.
Ann? Ann?
Yeah.
How old are you?
I'm 16. Why?
Nothing. It happens to practically everybody.
What?
People seem to make a lot of mistakes when they're 16. 6:30 p.m. The crime lab crew arrived, took pictures of the entire scene along with all physical evidence, and dusted the murder weapon, an 8-inch knife, for fingerprints. The coroner arrived, and after we'd completed our investigation, he removed the body to the county morgue. Along with a policewoman, we took Robert Lawson's girlfriend, 16-year-old Ann Porter, down to Georgia Street Juvenile Division to the assembly room. There, a special show-up was held of all the boys involved in the afternoon's fight. The Porter girl identified a 17-year-old by the name of Warren Stone, nicknamed Jumpy, as the boy who'd stabbed Robert Lawson to death. At least a dozen other subjects in the case identified the boy by his nickname, Jumpy. 3 members of either gang involved in the fight declared in sworn statements that Warren Stone was the boy who'd attacked the Lawson boy with a homemade knife. Statements were taken from all concerned, and the ringleaders of the gangs were detained. The other subjects were released to their parents' custody after being notified that they would be filed on and a hearing held in juvenile court. Ann Porter was returned home by a policewoman. 7:55 p.m., Ed Jacobs and I took the subject, Warren Stone, to the captain's office where we tried to question him about the murder. He refused to say anything.
I told you the truth. I told you the whole story. I don't have to tell you again.
We're pretty sure you didn't tell us the truth, Warren. We know you tangled with Bob Lawson in that fight this afternoon.
No, I didn't.
We've got statements from a dozen kids, son. They say Lawson had a piece of chain. He kept slugging you with it. They say you pulled a knife and stabbed him.
How do they know? A lot of kids there had knives. Anybody could have stabbed him. Why are you picking on me?
It was your knife. It was your knife that killed him. Your initials on it.
I lost the knife in the fight. Somebody could have picked it up and used it.
No, that won't do, youngster. The handle of the knife's been processed. Your fingerprints are all over it.
How about it, son?
Warren? Come on now, what do you got to say?
Nothing. I killed him.
8:40 p.m. Warren Stone was booked in at Georgia Street Jail on suspicion of 187 PC, murder. Ed and I got in the car and drove out to the home of the murder victim to notify his parents, Mr. and Mrs. Robert Lawson. Mr. Lawson wasn't home from work yet. We broke the news of her son's death to Mrs. Lawson as gently as we could. She became hysterical, and we called the family doctor, who gave her sedatives. Later, when she recovered herself a bit, she asked for the full story. We told her.
How could it happen? Bobby, how could it happen?
Sorry, ma'am. There's not much we can say. We tried everything we could to stop it.
But you didn't stop it. You let them kill Bobby. You let them kill him.
No, ma'am. We tried to warn him. We tried to warn all of them. We're sorry.
You're not sorry. You didn't try. Bob's dead. Everything I had. He's 17 years old and he's dead. I can thank you for that. My only baby.
We're sorry you feel that way, Mrs. Lawson.
Why shouldn't I feel that way? You call yourselves policemen. That boy who killed Bobby, you should have had him in jail in the first place. Young killer. Running around loose, you're as guilty as he is.
I'm not defending him, ma'am, but he wasn't a young killer. Didn't even have a juvenile record.
I don't care anything about records. He's a killer. He took a knife and he killed Bob, and you let him do it. You let him.
I think we better be going in. Yeah. You know, your husband will have to identify the body when tomorrow morning will be all right, the county morgue.
Dear God.
He'll have to be at the coroner's inquest, too. He'll be notified about the time and the date.
I hope you have to live with this. I hope you live with it like I have to live with it. I hope it drives you crazy.
I know how you feel, ma'am, but you're wrong. I think you'll realize that.
They murdered Bob. You let them kill him. I'll always remember that.
All right. Then you remember something else. The last time we came here to your house, we tried to make you understand.
You didn't know Bobby. You didn't understand him. I was the only one. I always knew what he was thinking, what he wanted, what he was going to do. I was the only one.
No, ma'am, there was somebody else.
What?
The boy who killed him.
The story you have just heard was true. The names were changed to protect the innocent. On November 7th, the hearing was held in Juvenile Court, Department 38, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that hearing. And now, here is our star, Jack Webb.
Thank you, George Fenneman. Friends, just as a hobby, I've been collecting early jazz records, blues and two-beat music like Leon Bix Beiderbecke used to play, and of course just about everything Benny Goodman has done. I've always tried to build my collection on quality. Now, in my opinion, that's the only rule to follow in choosing a king-size cigarette. Choose for quality. Believe me, I know that's what you'll find in Fatima. I know because I smoke them. If you haven't, here's what I'd like you to do. Get a pack tomorrow and compare them. When you see the difference, taste the difference, and then smoke that difference, I'm convinced that you'll switch to Fatima. Because in Fatima, the difference is quality. Each king-size Fatima gives you a long, extra mild and soothing smoke with the added protection of Fatima quality. Next time, buy Fatima. Best of all, king-size cigarettes.
17-year-old Warren Ernest Stone was filed on alleging violation of 187 PC, murder. The rest of the juvenile gang ringleaders were filed on alleging 242 PC, battery. They were all made wards of the juvenile court and placed in detention homes under the supervision of the State Youth Authority. They are still confined in state institutions for juveniles. You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department. Heard tonight were Barney Phillips, Charles Smith, and Eddie Firestone. Script by Jim Moser. Music by Walter Schumann. Hal Gibney speaking.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all king-size cigarettes, has brought you Dragnet, transcribed from Los Angeles. Next, it's David Harding and Counter Spy on NBC.
You're listening to Chin Radio AM 1540, the voice of multicultural Toronto, bringing you the latest updates on COVID-19. Stay informed, stay safe, and stay tuned to Chin Radio AM 1540.
Now, as gunshots echo across the windswept, snow-covered reaches of the wild Northwest, Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice, the breakfast cereal shot from guns, present Sergeant Preston of the Yukon. It's Yukon King, swiftest and strongest lead dog of the Northwest, blazing the trail for Sergeant Preston of the Northwest Mounted Police in his relentless pursuit of lawbreakers. On King, on you huskies! Gold discovered in the Yukon, a stampede to the Klondike in the wild race for riches. Back to the days of the gold rush, with Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice, bringing you the adventures of Sergeant Preston and his wonder dog, Yukon King, as they meet the challenge of the Yukon. There's no one that can make a better cereal than Quaker Puffed Wheat. It's neat. And when you hear that shooting, you're darn tootin'. The Quaker makes the ones shot from guns. Not only that, Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice are the ones that give you added food values of restored natural grain amounts of vitamin B1, niacin, and iron. And delicious, just taste them. They're full of bang-up nut-like flavor. For a nutritious treat that can't be beat, eat Quaker Puffed Rice and Quaker Puffed Wheat. During the long winter Sergeant Preston had spent in the far north, White Pass had been transformed into a well-equipped and well-manned customs post. On his return in the spring, the sergeant reported to the new headquarters building and waited to see the inspector in the outer office, where he had a good view of the long line of prospectors filing up the trail from Skagway. One of the men, red-bearded and weighing at least 200 pounds, attracted his attention, and he turned to a printed list posted on the bulletin board. Just then, the inspector entered the outer office.
Oh, Sergeant, welcome to White Pass.
Good to see you, sir.
And good to have you back. Hello, King.
Inspector, could you take a look out the window?
What?
Notice the big man with the red beard waiting to be questioned by the constable on duty? The one with the scar?
He'll never get into the territory.
Recognize him?
He's been turned down twice. The description is posted there on the bulletin board.
Sir, I've just been reading it.
A thoroughly undesirable character, one of Bart Major's cutthroats in Skagway. His name suits him, Red Carver.
The constable on duty seems to be ready to pass him through.
I'll attend to that.
The inspector hurried from headquarters to the customs post, where Red Carver was shouldering his pack.
Just a moment, Carver.
Huh? My name's Halloran.
That may be the way your papers read, but your name is Carver. You'll not have to pay customs duty on those supplies.
Oh, yeah? Meaning what?
Meaning that you're not entering the territory.
Hey, now, just a
There
minute.
are too many men waiting to waste any time on you or any other member of Bart Major's gang. Back to Skagway, Carver.
Why, you
On your way.
Hey, look.
Constable Downey, take over here.
Yes, sir.
Harold, follow me.
Yes, sir.
Come This is Sergeant Preston, Constable. Just back from a winter in the Klondike.
Hello, Sergeant.
Hello?
Constable Harold has been with us just a few weeks. Constable, you very nearly made a serious mistake.
Well, sir...
Read this, where I'm pointing.
Red Carver, age 35, weight 200, height 6 feet, red hair, blue eyes, deep scar on left cheek.
You were supposed to have memorized every description on this list.
Oh, I did, sir.
The reason for that was to make it possible for you to recognize and stop any of the men who tried to enter the territory while you were on duty.
I understand, sir.
Have you any explanation for not stopping Carver?
None, sir. Except that I've examined the papers of a great many men this afternoon, and I wasn't paying much attention to their faces anymore.
Well, there's been no harm done. Carver's been turned back, but in the future...
It'll never happen again, sir.
I must impress on you how important it is to keep these men out of the territory.
I realize that, Inspector.
Then in the future, be more alert.
I shall, sir.
That'll be all.
Yes, sir.
That was Sergeant Preston's first meeting with Constable Harold. He saw him at supper, but had no opportunity to talk with him until later that evening in the barracks. Harold was patching a small hole in the coat of his dress uniform when the sergeant stopped beside his bed. Evening, Constable.
Oh, hello, Sergeant.
What happened to your tunic?
Oh, nothing. I just ripped it.
Looks like a bullet hole.
Oh, no, Sergeant. Just a tear.
Too bad that old Sam isn't here.
Sam?
From the supply room at training headquarters. He was a wonder with a needle.
Oh, yes. Good old Sam. Yes, I could certainly use his help. But this will have to do, I'm afraid.
That doesn't look too bad. I think I'll take a walk before I turn in. See you in the morning, Constable.
Good night, Sergeant.
The sergeant's walk took him straight to the inspector's cabin. They talked for some time of the Northwest Mounted's activities in the Klondike. And then the sergeant turned the conversation to Constable Harold. I've just been talking with your latest recruit, Inspector.
Well, he has a great deal to learn.
I'm wondering if he was wearing his dress tunic when he reported for duty.
Odd that you should ask that, Sergeant.
Why, sir?
Because he wasn't. It was his first breach of regulations. They called it to his attention, but he explained that torn the coat on the boat.
I saw the tear this evening. Looked like a bullet hole to me.
What?
Not only that, but the material around the hole is discolored a little.
Bullet hole?
In the chest, directly over the heart.
Well, obviously the hole couldn't have been caused by a bullet
Or Constable Harold wouldn't be alive.
Exactly.
But is he alive, Inspector?
What are you suggesting, Sergeant?
That the man who calls himself Constable Harold may be an imposter.
Indeed.
A few minutes ago, sir, I said to him, too bad that old Sam from the supply room at the training barracks isn't around to repair your tunic. He said, yes, good old Sam.
Sam? John Wilkes has been in charge of the supply room for as long as I remember. He's the only one at headquarters who does any tailoring.
I know that, and so do you, sir. But Constable Harold didn't seem to.
Well, this is something that must be investigated thoroughly.
May I volunteer for the assignment, Inspector?
Where would you start, Sergeant?
In Skagway, and out of uniform, if that's permissible.
It'd be the only way to get any information. I'd like all of Constable Harold's movements traced from the time he walked down the gangplank of the Portland Belle on, let me think, the afternoon of the 14th until he reports here on the morning of the 15th. The assignment's yours, Sergeant.
I'll leave for Skagway before dawn tomorrow, sir.
An excellent idea. Before dawn tomorrow, so that no one will see you leave.
And so it happened that Sergeant Preston wore the rough trail clothes of a dog puncher when he reached Skagway the following day. He checked in at one of the boomtown's many hotels. Then he and King started on a tour of the waterfront cafes. The one closest to the pier where the Portland Belle had docked 2 weeks before was his first port of call. And the first person he talked to was a Cockney sailor
who was attracted by King's appearance.
Now there's a fine-looking sled dog. What do you call him, mate?
King.
Aye, he is a king, too. Are you from the inside, mate?
Just down from Dawson.
Oh, you now? Well, that's where I'm heading myself.
Oh, I'd have taken you for a sailor rather than a prospector.
You'd have been right until a few days ago. But the gold fever gets in your blood up here. I jumped my ship, I did.
Could it have been the Portland Belle?
It could, and it was. Not a bad berth, Captain Hawkins commanded. Still, I've had enough of the sea. It's time I made a stake and settled down.
Did you bring in many passengers?
About 300.
That's all. What if you happen to run into a friend of mine on board?
Now, who would that be?
His name is Harold.
Constable Harold, you mean? The young Mountie? Why, I knew him well. Listened to him talk for hours about the school he'd been to.
And you were interested?
Fascinated. And there was another young fella, one of the passengers. His name was Duke Halloran. When I wasn't asking the constable questions, he was. Between the two of us, we found out all there was to know about the Northwest Mounted Police.
Oh? Tell me, did you see the constable at all after the ship had docked?
Well, I helped him unload his gear that afternoon and piled it on the dock. He was going to sleep with it that night and get some Indians to cart it up the White Pass first thing in the morning. He must have made an early start. He was gone when I hit the deck. Too bad.
Too bad.
I thought to myself at the time, too bad the constable didn't stick around. Even if he doesn't have any authority in Skagway, he'd have made some sort of investigation.
Investigation? Of what?
There was a shooting that night, a murder. It happened down at the end of the docks.
Who was killed?
One of the passengers on our ship. He'd been showing a lot of money on board. I suppose he made the mistake of doing the same thing in Skagway. Maybe you don't know it, but there's no law in this town. Things may be different when the Northern Star gets in tomorrow or the next day. They say there's a company of Marines on board her.
Oh?
Yeah, but I'm talking about no law at all.
You said the constable was sleeping on the dock.
He was, to make sure nobody pinched his gear.
Well, wouldn't they have heard the shot?
Well, it wouldn't surprise me.
It wouldn't surprise me if someone stopped that moth of yours for good, Smitty.
Oh, it's Mr. Carver. I beg your pardon, Mr. Carver. Did I happen to mention your name?
You hadn't better. As for you, mister.
Talking to me?
I'd advise you to mind your own business. And get that mangy dog out of here.
As Red Carver kicked King, the sergeant sprang to his feet and swung hard. His fist connected solidly with Red's jaw. Red staggered back against the bar. And then with a roar, he charged the sergeant, and the fight was on. We'll continue our adventure in just a moment. Say, if you fellas and girls ever got lost in the bleak, blizzardy Yukon wilderness and ran out of food, you'd be mighty glad if you suddenly came upon a trapper's food cache. Whoa, whoa, you huskies, whoa there. Hey, here's a trapper's food cache. Boy, wouldn't it be wonderful if he had a supply of the serial shot from guns?
Drop them guns. I got you covered.
Oh, thank goodness you're here to help us out.
Don't fool me. Drop them guns, you thieving critters.
Oh, we're travelers. We've lost our way and run out of food.
But them guns.
Why, I was just wishing you could give us some heaping bowls of the breakfast cereal shot from guns. Quaker puffed wheat or Quaker puffed rice.
Breakfast cereal?
Yep, the swellest ready-to-serve breakfast cereals you ever tasted.
But they're actually shot from guns?
Yes, sir. The choice sun-ripened premium grains of rice or wheat are loaded into huge guns. Then they're exploded. And out come big, giant grains up to 8 times normal size. They're magnified, crispified, and shot through and through with bang-up nut-like flavor.
Say, I reckon I'd better stew some in my food cache during the fur trapping season.
Oh, they're mighty nourishing for breakfast, lunch, or supper. Quaker puffed wheat and Quaker puffed rice furnish added food values of restored natural grade amounts of vitamin B1, niacin, and iron.
Well, I'll sure get me some next time I go to town.
But that's what you fellas and girls ought to do. Remember, too, Quaker puffed rice and Quaker puffed wheat are the ones shot from guns. Now
to continue. The sergeant didn't realize that the bay in which the fight was taking place was owned by Bart Major, that a number of his henchmen were in the crowd that circled the sergeant in red. But if he had known, he wouldn't have had time to give it any thought. He was too completely occupied with stopping Red's bull-like rushes. Red wasn't observing any rules. He was only looking for an opportunity to kick and gouge. The sergeant had fought rough and tumble fighters before. And his straight rights and lefts forced the burly outlaw to keep his distance. Finally, Red began to weaken, and the sergeant saw his chance. He stepped in and drove a terrific left to the solar plexus. Red's face twisted with pain and his guard dropped. In the next instant, with all the force he could put behind it, the sergeant's right landed squarely on Red's jaw. The outlaw staggered a step or two and dropped to the floor. And Red's friends began to close in. Warned of the danger by King, the sergeant backed against the wall. Then a voice rang out from the end of the cafe.
All right, that's enough.
Bart Major was standing in the door of his office. At his command, the place became silent.
There's been enough furniture broken in here. You handled yourself well, stranger.
Think so?
Yeah. You're the first man in SICKLY to give Red Carver a beating. I might be able to use you.
How?
I'm not sure. Why don't you drop around tonight and we'll talk it over?
At a particular time?
Then you're interested in it.
I may be. I hear you rule the roost here in town.
You recognize me. What's your name?
Jackson will do.
Jackson it is. Make it about 10 o'clock, eh?
10 o'clock it is.
Until then.
Come on, boy.
All right.
Fog rolled in from the sea that night. When the Northern Star steamed into the harbor, she dropped anchor offshore. The sergeant watched the progress from the dock in front of Bart Major's cafe.
Waiting for clearer weather to tie up, King. SICKLY can certainly use that company of Marines she's carrying.
Well, come on, boy. Time to keep our appointment with Major. The sergeant crossed the street to the cafe. The place was filled to capacity. And as he threaded his way through the crowd to Major's office, someone pulled at his arm.
Jackson.
Oh, hello, Smithy.
Sit down here a minute.
All right.
I found out something this afternoon. On the night the Portal Bell docked 2 weeks ago, there were 2 murders, not one.
The passenger with all the money, and who else?
Granger, the bloke with the money, and your friend, Constable Harold.
Smitty, do you have any proof of that?
Only his body, that's all. Stripped with his clothes it was, and washed ashore on the beach at Dyea. The men who found it are holding off the burial until the Marines arrive.
But Smithy, a body that's been in the water 2 weeks, how could anyone identify it?
There was a chain around the wrist with the man's name on it. Constable Harold, Northwest Mounted Police.
Oh.
Now, mate, you gonna join hands with the man who murdered your friend?
There's absolutely nothing to connect Bart Major with the killing.
You have my word.
That isn't enough. Excuse me, Smithy.
Where are you going?
To keep my appointment with Major.
After what I told you.
To play his game, Smithy, until I can start playing my own.
Ah, now I get it. Well, it's a mighty dangerous game, if you ask me. Put the best of luck to you, Jackson.
Thanks, Smithy. Come on, King.
Hey, who's that?
Jackson.
You got that dog with you?
He'll not make any trouble if you don't.
Never mind the dog, Red. Come in, Jackson.
As the bolt clicked behind him, the sergeant noticed another door on the far side of the room, a door that led to the outside. He pulled a chair from the wall and sat down. Well, Major, I'm here.
Red doesn't think you should be trusted, Jackson.
Huh? Why not?
He heard you and Smitty talking about a shooting this afternoon.
He heard Smitty talking. Smitty likes to talk. I don't have the same feeling.
I'm glad to hear it. You're a sourdough, aren't you?
I spent last winter on the Klondike, yes.
And you know the trail from here to Dawson?
As well as anyone, I suppose.
Good, I can use you. I'm leaving SICKLY in a few days.
For Dawson?
Yeah.
Will you be able to cross the border?
I believe so, after I've changed my appearance a little. Yes, who's that?
Duke. Duke, what's he doing here?
Let him in.
A man wearing the uniform of the Northwest Mounted Police stormed through the door, his gun drawn.
Duke Halloran, the same man who had been accepted as Constable Harold at White Pass.
So this is where you came. The bartender's description, I thought it must be you, Sergeant. Meet Sergeant Preston, Bart. I made a slip last night about the name of the tailor at Northwest Mounted Headquarters, and the sergeant caught me in it.
How'd you find out you'd made a slip, Duke?
I checked with Downey. I said, that old fella in the supply room at headquarters, you know. And he said, John Wilkes? And I said, yeah. Too bad we don't have someone as handy with a needle up here. And I knew you'd trick me last night. Then I found out you'd disappeared from the post. But I couldn't find out where you'd gone until I talked with a cook. I'd seen you heading down the trail of Skagway, wearing a check shirt, corduroy trousers, and boots. Well, that was enough for me, Bart. I knew the whole deal was queer and I'd have to clear out. I slipped away as soon as it was dark, and I came straight here to warn you.
So this is the much-touted Sergeant Preston. And Duke is the Duke Halloran who made friends with Constable Harold on board the Portland Belle, and who thought he'd learned enough about the Northwest Mounted Police to take the constable's place.
Well, it might have worked. The Duke might have been able to get me into the Yukon if you hadn't been so smart.
The sergeant rose from his chair. As he did so, he touched King's head, and the great dog sensed the command in his master's fingertips. He moved slowly along the wall toward Duke, who still had his revolver leveled at the sergeant.
I wonder if Duke realizes that by appearing at the post in a dead man's clothes, he's tied himself in with the constable's murder.
I didn't have anything to do with that.
Get up. The sergeant can't even prove the constable's dead, let alone that he was murdered. Where's the corpse, Sergeant?
The sea has been known to give up its dead.
Hey, Bart, someone must have seen us.
You killed Granger for his money. When Constable Harold found you robbing him, you killed him too. And you had the brilliant idea of sending Duke to White Pass in his place.
Even if you could prove that, Sergeant, you couldn't do anything about it. You have no authority here. That's why I haven't ordered Duke to put a bullet through you.
What are we going to do with him? We can't just let him walk out of here. No.
There are better places for an execution.
King! At the sergeant's command, King leaped at Duke, and as the dog's jaws closed on the gunman's wrist, his gun clattered to the floor. In the same instant, the sergeant knocked the lamp from Bart's desk, plunging the room into darkness. Then he threw open the outside door, and with King at his heels, ran into the foggy night. By the time he reached the front of the cafe, Bart, Red, and Duke were after him, and their shouts brought more of Bart's men out of the cafe. The sergeant ran straight across the street and out on the pier, shedding his outer clothes as he ran. Luck was against him, for a strong gust of wind blew away the fog just as he was about to dive into the water. Bart and his men saw him. The sergeant hit the water with King at his side, and they started swimming toward the dim blur of light that marked the ship at anchor in the harbor. Once more, the fog closed over them. The sergeant felt they had made good their escape when he heard the creak of oarlocks and the splash of oars behind them. The sergeant stopped swimming and treaded water.
They can't see us, but they can hear us, King. Back to shore, boy. Back.
The sergeant took a surface dive and began to swim underwater. For a moment, King hesitated, and then he understood what was expected of him. He was supposed to lead the men in the boat away from the sergeant. He barked and began swimming back to shore on a long diagonal. The sergeant swam underwater until his lungs were bursting. Then he shot to the surface. Treading water, he listened. He heard King's bark, and then the voices of Bart's men, much closer to shore.
They're following King. I'm not worried, boy. They'll never catch you on a night like this.
The sergeant struck out for the ship once more. Meanwhile, King, on his way into shore, changed his direction whenever the boat drew close to him, then announced his new course by barking when he had widened the gap between himself and the outlaw. But they were close behind him when he finally scrambled up a stony beach and raced away toward the center of town.
Preston will try to make it to White Pass now.
They go to his hotel first and get some dry clothes. You and I'll go there, Red. Sure. Duke, pick up some men at the cafe and put a guard on the trail of White Pass.
Right.
All right, come on, Red.
Right.
An hour later, there were only a few men in Bart's cafe when the sergeant strolled in with King at his side. The sergeant was wearing a blue shirt and dungarees, and he dropped into a chair beside Smithy.
Why do you come back here, Sergeant?
So you found out who I am, Smitty.
The whole town knows it by now.
No?
You were lucky to get away once. Do you think you can do it again?
I don't see any sign of Bart or Red or Duke Halloran.
I was looking for you. And there goes the bartender out the door. You tell him you're here.
I hope so.
Hope so. They mean to kill you.
Oh, I doubt if they'll commit murder before this many witnesses.
They'll force you to leave with them and then they'll...
I'll tell you a secret, Smitty.
What's that?
The Marines have landed.
You don't say.
10 minutes later, Bart, Red, and Duke burst into the cafe. Their guns were drawn, and they headed straight for the sergeant.
Where are you on your feet, Mr.
Why, I'm not going anywhere.
You're coming with us.
Well, I don't think so. There's someone in your office who has different ideas.
Captain, they're here. The door of the office opened, and a young captain entered the cafe, followed by a squad of Marines.
May I present Captain Marshall, United States Marine.
Disarm the men?
No, wait a minute.
Wait for what? On the authority of the President, I'm placing Skagway under martial law. My first official act will be to arrest you and Carver and Halloran for the murder of John Granger and Constable Harold. You'll be placed in irons aboard the Northern Star until we find a suitable building to use as a jail. Take them away, men. I'll see you in the morning, Sergeant.
Many thanks, Captain. Well, Smitty?
It's well indeed.
As the saying goes, the Marines have landed and the situation is well in hand. I can only add that this case is closed.
Sergeant Preston will return in just a moment with a word about our next exciting adventure. V-A-L-U-E. Value. Yes, it spells value for the whole family. When there's Quaker puffed wheat or Quaker puffed rice on the breakfast table, it's the economical deluxe breakfast treat for the whole family. Served with milk or cream and luscious fruit. Only choice premium flavor-rich grains are good enough for Quaker puffed rice and Quaker puffed wheat. They're the good natural grains with a toasty, sun-ripened flavor that old Mother Nature put into them. As you mothers know, some of your family like their cereal not so sweet, some like it ever so sweet. And that's the beauty of Quaker puffed rice and Quaker puffed wheat. Your family can sweeten them with sugar just the way they like them. And when it comes to food value, every bowlful gives your family extra food values of restored natural grain amounts of vitamin B1, niacin, and iron. Remember, too, Quaker makes the one shot from gun. Exploded up to 8 times normal size. And when you open the big red and blue package with a sealed inner lining, notice that every plump grain is crisp as can be. So in these days when value means so much, get both Quaker puffed rice and Quaker puffed wheat for a delicious breakfast the whole family loves to eat. And now, here is Sergeant Preston.
Sergeant Preston reporting for duty, Inspector.
Sergeant, we've had word that Slim Carson and Sam Raybert have been seen going toward the town of Little Port.
Those two have been wanted for a long time. I'll go after them immediately, sir.
You'll have to move fast. If they're in Little Port, they'll probably head for the border. If they reach it, they'll escape punishment for their crime.
I'll do my best to capture them, sir.
Sergeant Preston doesn't know that the outlaws anticipate pursuit. A carefully planned robbery is timed to kill the Mountie, leaving them free to make their escape. Be sure to hear this next exciting adventure. These radio dramas, a feature of Sergeant Preston of the Yukon Incorporated, are created by George W. Trendle, produced by Trendle Campbell Enterprises, directed by Fred Flowerday, and edited by Fran Stryker. The part of Sergeant Preston is played by Paul Sutton. Sergeant Preston of the Yukon is brought to you every Tuesday and Thursday at the same time by Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice, the breakfast cereal shot from guns.
Hello, folks. This is your friend Aunt Jemima. I know you like my extra light Aunt Jemima pancakes, but for a change of flavor, I know you'll also like my tangy buckwheat mix. Just add milk, and you'll bake the most wonderful buckwheat cakes with just the right amount of old-time buckwheat goodness. Not a speck too little or too much. And light, My buckwheat cakes are so light and digestible, children can just eat and eat. For variety, try both kinds of my mixes. My pancake mix for fluffy, light Angel Mama pancakes, and my buckwheat mix for golden Angel Mama buckwheat. Remember, there's nothing more tempting in this whole wide world than Angel Mama's buckwheat light and faith. Why don't you try some today?
Listen, fellas and girls, have you joined the March of Dimes? Well, your dime counts. Your dime is one way to help crippled boys and girls walk the way you do. So get that dime out of your pocket. Have it ready to give today, for that's the way to join the 1952 March of Dimes. This is J. Michael wishing you goodbye, good luck, and good health from Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice. So long. Listen tomorrow at the same time to the Green Hornet, brought to you by the drink that makes you feel fresh again, delicious Orange Crush. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
You're listening to Chin Radio AM 1540, the voice of multicultural Toronto, bringing you the latest updates on COVID-19. Stay informed, stay safe, and stay tuned to Chin Radio AM 1540. in Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Mr. Dillon, I've been thinking.
Yeah?
We ought to renovate this place.
What?
Renovate it?
Oh, blast it, Chester.
What's the matter?
Oh, nothing. I was trying to write and listen to you at the same time. That's all. It can't be done. Marshal? Yeah, what's the matter, Lee? I'm drunk.
The way he was walking, I thought he'd been shot.
No, I'm not shot. I never saw you drunk before, Lee. Well, would you like a little coffee or something? Ah. There's my gun. Now lock me up. What? Lock me up, I say. What? You mean you want to sleep in jail here? I do. You keep my gun. Are there any blankets out there, Chester?
Well, there's one, Mr. Dillon.
No, that's enough. Okay, Lee. Just follow Chester then. I will. Marshal, I come here to prevent a killing. Oh? I'm drunk enough to want to kill him, and I'm sober enough to know I'm too drunk to kill him. You understand? To kill who, Lee? Jim Salter. That's my foreman. Is he in town, too? He is. At the Texas Trail. And let him stay there. Keep him out of here. I'm going to bed.
Right in there, Mr. Dargan. I never saw Mr. Dargan like that before, Mr. Dillon.
No. I wonder what he was fighting with Salter about.
Maybe Salter started it. Maybe he's drunk, too.
Well, if he is, knowing him, he'll be after someone else to fight with now. I think I'll go take a look, Chester.
All right, sir.
Oh, Chester, if Lee wakes up, just give him another drink, huh?
Yes, sir.
Well, how come you're alone, Kitty?
Being alone isn't so bad, Matt, sometimes.
No? Buy you a drink?
No, thanks.
I don't see Jim Salter anywhere.
I wouldn't complain about that.
Well, then he was here.
Sitting right where you are. And he'll be back any minute.
How drunk is he, Kitty?
Well, he isn't very drunk. It might be an improvement.
It'd break his heart to hear you talk like that.
If he has one. Here he comes now. Let's ask him.
He looks sober enough. You move in fast, Marshal. Sit down, Salter. Sit down.
Seeing as how it's my table, I will.
I ran into Lee Dorgan. He was pretty mad about something.
That so?
Yeah. But it's all right as long as you're not looking for trouble.
Me, Marshal? I never look for trouble.
Neither does Lee.
Now, you know those Southerners, Marshal. They're always getting insulted about something.
You've been foreman on Lee's ranch for over a year now, Salter. This is the first time he's wanted to kill you?
Is that what he said?
That's what I heard him say.
No,
Yeah. Well, Marshal Lee's had a little bad luck with his cattle, that's all. When he's had a drink or two, he needs someone to blame it on. You know how it is with these greenhorns.
No. How is it?
If it weren't for me, he wouldn't have as many cows as he's got. Now he's lost a few strays, he's all upset.
Well, as long as it doesn't end in gunfight.
Oh, me and Lee get along fine when he's sober.
Yeah,
You have to leave, Matt?
I'm afraid so, Kitty.
Then I'm going to bed.
Hey, wait a minute, you can't do
Who
that.
says I can't, mister? Good night, Matt.
Good night, Kitty.
Well, I'll be.
Mighty nice of you, Chester, to bring me all that coffee.
Oh, don't mention it, Mr. Dargan. I had a hangover once myself.
There's your gun, Lee. Thank you, Marshal. You, still feel like killing Jim Salter? I'll kill any man that cheats me. That's how I was brought up, and that's how I am. So, I guess it's just instinct that tells me I'm being robbed by him, Marshal. I got no proof at all, none whatsoever. What is it, Lee? Don't your cattle tally up right? Look, I came out here from Alabama 18 months ago. I bought a ranch. I'm trying to raise beef. I've learned a little, but I can see it takes years to be a cattleman. Meantime, I'm green and I'm an easy mark, but I'm not so dumb I can't count. Marshal, I branded over 300 calves last spring and fall, and more than half of them are missing right now. Stolen? I don't know, Marshal. I've asked every rancher and every buyer around here to be on the lookout for my brand that hasn't turned up once. Well, why do you think Salter has anything to do with it? Instinct, I told you. I just don't trust him. Nothing more, but it's enough. Then why don't you fire him? Pride, I suppose. I want to beat him at his own game, whatever it is. Well, good luck at it, Lee. Well, I need more than luck, Marshal. I need a little help. I just don't know enough about this business. You're asking me to help you? I am. But how? Come out to the ranch. Take a look around. Maybe you see something I can't see. Well, I don't know. We're branding again tomorrow, Marshal. Come out then. You gotta help me. I'll be ruined if this goes on anymore. All right, Lee, I'll come. But, will you promise me one thing? What's that? If Salter does prove to be guilty, you won't try to kill him? No, I can't promise that. I respect the law, Marshal, but I got my own code, too. Thanks, just... Now, wait a minute, Lee.